Can't find a time where I can tell ya what I feel now. Been biting my tongue for a while. The words just wanna come out. I'm too afraid to be rejected. It's so expected. I feel like I'm out of my mind, but I know I can't deny you. I am so alienated. Sitting on planet X. I'm becoming the person I've hated. Wonder what will happen next. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like a charge around us that just feels right. Can't get my head around it. I can never hit the brakes. Every time you touch me, babe, you send me right out into space. You send me right out into space. Right into space. I'm not the kind of person who is sentimental, but this thing is making me soft, giving into my damn heart. If Pulling me close just like a part of me.
Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming by today. You recognize that control tower. What's unusual is it's not dark here. The last time we were here, it was really dark. But wow, check out this really cool airport. Up in your airplane, flying time. Back to the 757 Spy Flight. I hope you are doing really good. Thank you for coming on in today. Just getting everything started here. Hope you had a good few days. It looks like Martin had a few good days. Super happy to hear, Martin, that surgery went well. That is great news. Been wondering how you were doing, and it's great to hear that you get to go home and start your recovery at home, and that you've even got a Greek island hop planned. So you've even got a flight planned. So I would say, full recovery there for sure. So that's really good news. Thank you for coming in and telling us. And how much longer before you get to hop into your sim cockpit? Quasar Core is back with a nice resub. Quasar Core has been here for a whole 56 months. And thank you for a 56-month resub. And thank you for coming on in today. Just getting everything, the last few things turned on here. We've got a flight. Polyot was checking it out and found out that there was a real Finnair Flight 441. It goes to a small little town. I hope I'm going to say it right. It's called Oulu, and it's up on the north side by the really big lake. So there's this really big lake between Finland and Sweden, and it's really pretty cool. About 3.5 hours, really, depending upon traffic on the roads, of course. Traffic on the roads, right? Well, good luck, safe travels getting home. How much longer before you leave? Bazat, glad to see you. Carol is here. Matt Cat is checked in. Luke checked in with EFINACC today, doing it virtually. Tomorrow you're going to interview for a real, wow, Luku 69. So our ATC right now is basically going to go and interview for a real job to an ATC. Hey, good luck on that. That's wow. I'll tell you what, VATSIM is a great way to learn this stuff, right? Tell us how it goes. Okay, be sure and come back. I know everybody's going to wish you the very best of luck on your interview. And yeah, I really hope that really is going to be good. And Carol has finished the police academy today, and tonight is your first shift after your probationary period. My younger sister was a teacher at the police academy. So that's, Carol, you've really accomplished a lot to get to that spot. So seriously, good luck on that, okay? And good luck to you with your career. And let us know how your first shift goes. Hi, Zach. Welcome aboard. Luke, you going to come back tomorrow and let us know? Yeah, we'll be doing Frankfurt Friday as usual, but we'll be here and I can't wait to hear her. LA traffic does not joke around. Martin, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't. I suspect that's the reason that JST Droid has a cloaking device. So at least that's why I think. Sun is setting. Let's hop into the cockpit and get going. We've got Helsinki to Oulu first. And then we were talking about it quite a bit. It could be that we may need to postpone this one more day so more people can do this. But we want to get an L1011 flight in, and it was suggested that we go to Toncontin and do something like that. So that might be really nice. Let's see. Somebody's in on YouTube with very, very pretty font, text language. I don't understand it, but thank you for coming in and saying hi. I assume you're being nice and saying hello. Laxon is checking in from Boda in Norway, and Monica just arrived too. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. We're in the A320. This is the same airplane, the kind of airplane that Finnair uses for this particular flight. So I'm going to request my jetway, and let's get preconditioned air. And here comes the jetway over here. So all that's looking good. Hi, Keith. Keith says it is a beautiful evening in Liverpool, right? I hope it is a nice night and stays that way too. Okay, I just turned on preconditioned air and the airplane's coming to life here. And let's go ahead and we've loaded our flight in. And we got to do batteries. And that looks good. And ground power. Here comes ground power. And let's do nav lights. And we do no smoking. And we'll do emergency exit lights. Jim, are you going to try the MD-11? We've done the MD-11. And I think we took the MD-11 into Toncontin once. And I think it was, for me, it was a bit of a disaster. It was a bit of a disaster, but that's Toncontin. We're not going there to do anything other than see if we can put the airplane on the ground and stop before the end of the runway. I mean, that's it. That's the goal. So let's see. Yesterday, I was I've been looking into some of the other menus on the flight management computer in the CRJ. And I was thinking, wow, there's a lot more to this airplane than I know about. I should go onto YouTube and watch some YouTube videos about the CRJ. So I turned on YouTube and there were several videos from, some of the real airline pilots and stuff like that. And they basically didn't teach me a thing. I mean, it was pretty clear that they had never, one of them even admitted that they were never even a passenger on a CRJ. And so they were kind of fumbling around with the airplane. They got it up, got it down, it looked all right, but still, it was just sort of, so I did, the next thing I did is I went looking around in the folder for the CRJ, and there are like 10 PDF files in the documents folder for that airplane, 10 of them. I'm not kidding, there's a lot of stuff in that airplane. So there is a new YouTube video over on here on YouTube about the CRJ. There is a lot more to learn. One of the things that I kind of discovered was that the climb page and the descent page, both of those just have a number that's plugged in. It's not necessarily the best one for it, but there is a page in the PDFs where if you learn how to decode it, you can figure out what the best climb rate is. And that's one of the biggest problems that I'm having right now is choosing the proper climb rate for that thing. You know, I'm constantly having to mess with the, the speed going in and out. So, that was an interesting thing to do. I enjoyed getting to spend a little bit of time just with a flight manual in the CRJ. It's still, a lot of people look at it and say, it's kind of got some real dodgy textures and stuff, but I think it's a really good little airplane. But rudder issues with the TFDI MD-11. I think, like with a lot of those airplanes, I have found that the best thing to do is start turning down the sensitivities, especially on your rudder pedals. I mean, I've really got some big sensitivity curves now on some of my controllers, and maybe that's not the correct way to do it. Maybe I just need to start, not pushing the rudder pedals so hard. But I've really kind of gotten to the point where I've just had to turn down sensitivities, and the more I turn down the sensitivities on the rudder pedals, the better it gets. And it's the same thing with side sticks and stuff like that too. So the not as sensitive is I'm guessing kind of a good thing for a lot of our controllers. Carol wants to know how many flights we are planning. Right now, there is HELsinki to Oulu. That's this one. We're going to try and take the L1011 into Toncontin. And I don't know what we're going to do after that. We could go and do a CRJ flight and look at some of the cool things I've seen with the CRJ. Not sure. I try not to fill every slot that we have as far, because we usually get in about 3 flights a day. I try not to fill every slot because I miss VATSIM events. We decide, hey, we want to go and fly into Portland because it's National Beer Day or something like that. I don't know. And that's kind of what we do. So there we go. They don't rudder enough when you're really pressing. So it's, You'll press the rudder pedals all the way to the right, but the tail deflection's just a little bit. Is that it? So it's not, it's that part. Well, maybe it's the opposite for you. Turn down sensitivities. I'm not sure. Austin Gordon is in chat today. Welcome in, Austin. Over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. And Thalo has arrived too. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Okay, so maybe turning it down, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about that. I've never had a issue like that with any of my controllers, especially the ASUS controls. So let's see, 10 is our cost index. Let's come on over. Hey, they've got DCLs here. Let's go and come in and let's do McDo menu. Let's do ATSU. Let's do error operations. Let's do ATC request. Let's do pre-departure clearance. Jim says we ought to fly the CRJ out of LaGuardia. We could. It might be a little bit too soon after a CRJ accident there. I'm a little bit weird about that, I guess. Maybe it's information Quebec is current. And let's see, it's going to be gate number. Oh, we're at gate number 21. I actually wrote that down. And this is EFHK. EFHK. And send it. Let's see. Yeah, there was a big crash there. You know, I would feel a little bit weird about taking a CRJ out of there. Hi, Russ. Hey, good to see you. Happy Thursday. And Monica says, yeah, or young adult, or YA. And flight init. Nope, we already did that. We need to go down to receive messages. I have a telex here. What does our telex say? Telex. Hoppy A cars unavailable from May 9th to May 10th due to a server mode. Oh, okay. What is today? Today is the 7th. So we do have Hoppy A cars today. But the 9th and the 10th. So the 9th and the 10th, that's Saturday and Sunday. There's going to be no A cars on Saturday and Sunday. Okay. Well, there we go. Yeah, I forget about those things a little bit too, Jim. I do all the time. Okay. Oh, we got the phone ringing. And the phone says, request status, received, request is being processed. There we go. These are so cool. All right, cleared. Oh, look at this. We're cleared to EFOU. Got to be careful how you say EFOU. Some people might take offense at that. Finnair Flight 441, we're going to be departing off of runway 22 right on the Tevru for November. Tevru for November departure. We did get a squawk code 0545. At least it's not 0666. Page 2. Next frequency is 121.8. 121.800. And our climb is to 4,000 feet. And let's go ahead and Wilco this. And send it. Oh my gosh, there we go. All done. And it's been received by ATC. We'll close that right now. Let's see, we did request 36,000 feet. And that goes in there. Our zero fuel weight for today's flight is 59.6. Not including the blueberry juice. 32.0. And accept that. And that looks good. So we'll put that number there, 59.6, and 32.0 goes up there. That looks good. Let's see. How do you set the little ATC panel up? Diamond Mike. It's the coolest thing in the world. Ollie, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thank you. That's right. Polyot, that's how you get it going there, Diamond Mike. Polyot, thank you for answering. Thank you for being here. And also, I have not gotten around to, I owe you a very big message after your big analysis message. I've just been a little bit overwhelmed a little bit about some things, but I do appreciate that one, and I've been meaning to say something. Thank you for that. And our clearance has been confirmed. So we'll turn off the little phone, and we'll clear that. You've been on, oh, I didn't know you were on a work trip. Ooh, I hope that it's a good trip, and you got some good food, and the people are cool, and you got to have some fun times. A work trip, huh? All right. And I hope you didn't have to work too hard either. All right, let's do this. Taxi fuel. 0.173. 0.173. Good. 15 minutes of fuel is 0.658. 0.658. 0.658. Alternate fuel is 1.006. And 30 minutes of fuel is 1.036. And final reserve and fuel, and that's groovy green. Uh-oh, it was an unplanned emergency work trip, so I didn't know until 2 hours before. Oh, really? Man, an unplanned emergency trip. And Misty says we should have a spy hat on. Well, even the unplanned ones can sometimes have really good food and something nice about it, so I hope it wasn't too inconvenient. Let's see. Misty says spy hat. I hope it wasn't too bad of an emergency. And yeah, I know. We hope that's what I'm thinking. Hey, Lovis, welcome aboard. Hope you had a good Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I need airport parking. And it's going to be RNAV SIDS 22 right. RNAV SIDS 22 right. And let's get that. Let's see, Captain Chris. Oh, Captain Chris is already ready to go. I gotta hurry here. That's right, you could usually find pizza just about any place, including pizza with pineapple on it. Oh, it was, so Pauliette was on a trip to near the UAE. All right, we need, it's going to be Tevru for November. So look for the Tevru for November. That's in the upper left-hand corner of each chart. Lovis, what you want to suggest MRLB for our departure. Thank you. MRLB for our departure. That's for our flight to Toncontin in the L1011. T-Bird says there might have been pineapple on the pizza too. All right, still let's find Tevru here. Kuvam. Tevru is what we want. It's probably the last one. It always is. This is Libra, Costa Rica. Libra, Costa Rica. So the only question that I've got is if we go to Liberia. I guess it's Liberia. It's not Libra. So if you're like a Capricorn or an Aquarius, you could go there, right? And Loviz says that we can use default. And McDreama this is your home airport. This is one of my favorite ones because the architecture of the terminal is really pretty cool. Okay, this is the one we wanted, Tevru for November. What we needed was the initial climb. They gave us the initial climb of 4,000 feet. When passing 1,500 feet, we contact HELsinki radar at 129.850. 129.850. So that's what we needed there. All right, and just use the default. Okay, we got all that set up. coming on in. Let's see if there's any ATC where we're going here. I didn't have a chance to check earlier. I did check the airport, and there's a really cool one. EFOU. Here we're going. We're going to EFOU, and we're expecting runway 30. So runway 30 for EFOU. And again, please be careful about the way you say that, especially to a friend. And for our arrivals, there's a VOR and an RNAV. I think the RNAV looked just fine to me. So that should be just fine. And then we have stars. And we're coming in over on Suvib. There's the Suvib, and that puts us out right here at Adkin. There's an initials report for approach here. I don't know that we need the initials, but we've got it anyway. There's the initial approach here for Suvib. I think we're going to do the star. And then the RNAV is a real simple one on in there. Yep, and we pick that up at Adkin. Okay, cool. All of this looks like it's great. Let's go to Phoenix, ground services. We need to open up some cargo doors. And we need to go to mass and balance. We have got 164 passengers to load, and here they come down the jetway. Monica, why do controllers sometimes say tree instead of 3? That is a specific pronunciation that you are supposed to use on the radio. Like you would say, you know, for the number 9, you would say Niner, because 9 also means no in German. I think that's the big reason why you say Niner. I generally have not gotten that into my head to say tree instead of 3, but I probably should. But they're doing it to make it very clear that when they're giving you a squawk code of 23332, that you would say tree. And I hope that that's right. Otherwise, you might say, Monica, I have branched out into an incorrect explanation. That was a really good one, isn't it? Branching out on the trees. I'll just leave that alone as I root around for another joke. Boy, 4 in a row. Wow, your lucky day, right? Sorry. It takes the Limitless said it much better than I did. It takes the ambiguity out of over the radio pronunciations. That is it right there. TH sounds are also harder to hear over radios, and not a sound a lot of non-native English speakers can make. So instead of saying 3, tree is easier, especially if you're not speaking, if English is not your main language, which I'm obviously an American, and it's not my main language either, right? Because, as Trapper John said in MASH, you certainly can't learn English from Americans. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's do a flight plan. EFHK, departure. We are expecting runway 22 right. Runway 22 right. There we go. We are doing the Tevru for November departure. Tevru for November departure. No transition out. Coming into EFOU. Yeah, I'm not going to let that go either. We're going to have an RNAV to runway 30. RNAV to 30. There we go. We are expecting the Suvib 5 Delta. Suvib 5 Delta. And our VIA is going to be... I don't think it's either one of those. It wasn't either one of those. We're not doing that. And insert. Flight plans aboard. Let's see, we did get a squawk code, right? We got a squawk code, and it's 0545. 0545. Our initial climb clearance today is going to be 4,000 feet. And 1, 2, 3, 4,000 feet. We could turn on the autopilot cam, and that looks good too. Let's see, we do have an ATIS aboard. It's Information Quebec. The altimeter is 1016. 1016. There is 1016 for the captain, 1016 for the first officer, and 1016 for another live streamer named Diana, who I used to drive absolutely crazy because I would not put in my backup altimeter. And I don't want to drive anybody crazy. It was quite nice, actually. High of 41 degrees, a decent breeze off the waterline. Not that I got much to see much of it. The trip consisted of, we need you, a car will be picking you up at X time, and then getting you to the other end and being bundled into another car, and then pretty much the same thing in reverse. No, you gotta love, no time for talking about it, just your flight is booked, your car is on the way, see you soon. Oh, okay, I guess I will pack. We do have a Finland Finny bus hop today. Hi, Nathan. Welcome aboard. Well, at least they, you know, and my guess is that on a trip like that, you know, they're not going to starve you, and they're probably not going to put you back in steerage or anything like that. So that had to have been kind of nice, right? So there had to have been something decent to eat, and a relatively comfortable seat to sit in. All right, start opening up the APU, and everything else looks good. Let's see, ARC, and that looks great there. Trying to remember how to do this. Okay, let's go back to init page B and get ready for our final load sheet. Almost done loading. Holy moly, look at all these airplanes. That would be my APU powering up. Let's see. I was watching earlier. Our friend Sibi in Athens was playing a... It looked like it was a new boat simulator, a ship simulator. And last I saw, she had run aground. So, you know, it looked like it was pretty cool. Whatever floats your boat. There are worse trips than Emirates first class. Yes, that's true. But you still prefer being at home. Yeah, that's right. Because seriously, where else can you step on a Lego with bare feet? You know? Plus, you know where all the cookies are. All the snacks are. And let's get an APU bleed up. And with the APU bleed, we can come over here and do preconditioned air off. And the airplane is loaded. And everything looks good there. And we'll let that settle down a minute. Our final load sheet is aboard. And 59.6, that is correct. And 32.0, that's correct. And return. Plus, there's nobody that you get to, you know, when you're on the road like that, you can't call people names like the boot and stuff like that, although I know you need a new name. This is where I have never experienced an Arabian Airlines first class. You only have to think about a cookie and one magically appears. Hi, Air Pilot. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming and flying along. So they have mind reading capabilities. I would like Oreos with double stuff and vanilla ice cream. Boom, there it is, right? And ground power. And fuel pumps. So that all looks really good. Ground power disconnect. Parking brake is on, chocks and cones. And we're going to get off that page. Let's see if there's an update for GSX. Here we go. Okay, I did update it yesterday. So, where should I fly in the U.S. on an A319? How about Austin to Denver? The food is always the highlight. Qatar Airlines is great. Honestly, it's hard to choose between the big three at times. Really, it's that good? Well, I would imagine so. Did I already say good afternoon? Olivans is back in chat. Good afternoon. We are domestic flying in Finland today.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
And this is a real flight. There's a flight 441 in Finland, and this is the route for flight 441. 121.8. And we'll listen in there. Almost ready to go.
Ground row, Finnair A320 Alpha in Foxtrot.
Bypass pin inserted.
Finnair A320 Alpha HELsinki ground, hello. Taxi to stand 15 via straight on Delta Foxtrot Alpha Delta. Stand 15 via straight Delta Foxtrot Alpha Delta, Finnair A320, thank you.
Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this.
Finnair 7 Whiskey pop-up, contact HELsinki Tower on 118.65. 118.65, Finnair 7 Whiskey pop-up, bye-bye.
I get to restart my simulator today. Oh my goodness, how cool. I get to restart my simulator. Yay! Now that's a great way to start the day, with a crash. Oh no, what was that? If you ever have a connection in Doha with First at Qatar, the lounge is out of this world. That's where you recently, oh, that's right, because Ollie came back, was coming home, and had to wait 8 hours for a 1 hour flight. 8 hours for a 1 hour flight. Yeah, the immersion was strong today, wasn't it? Because, hey, we got a crash. That wasn't fun. So let's see. If I had to spend an 8 hour layover there at Doha, what would be the best food to try in that lounge? Polyad has never had to do a layover in Doha, but now you've got to make. Well, yeah, especially now that you've got a recommendation for that club, right? For that lounge area. I have experienced the United Club twice, domestically in the U.S., and to be honest, twice was enough. There were more people crowded in there than any place else, and it was just so much nicer, especially down at DIA, where I could go and watch airplanes from the little restaurant where I get breakfast sandwiches. Oh, man, this was not the way I wanted to start today. It's cloudy, cool, and rainy outside today. So it's cloudy, cool, and rainy for sure. Definitely a good day to spend flying today. The Middle East makes the United Lounge look like a budget airline. I would imagine so. Captain Chris, apparently Microsoft Flight Simulator got a little bit annoyed and crashed. I don't know what I did. I tried to go and access a chart. When I tried to access a chart, it got upset with me. Ollie says what you do is you get a massage, a shower, and then the food is amazing. Luku says you should see the lounges in Helsinki. Really? What's cool about that? What's cool about the lounges in Helsinki? Is it what, native food from Helsinki, from Finland, stuff like that? What's really good about that you say that it's cool? Sunjammer has arrived. Welcome aboard. I hope everybody's doing good. Last we heard your mom wasn't feeling good. I hope she's feeling better. And that you have plenty of cheers material for Manchester United. Cool lounges. Okay, it's called Moomin and Marmiko themed. It's also a good transit between Europe and Asia. Did I even say those right, Luku? Moomin and Marmiko, I'm guessing. And are those like foods or something else? Okay, boy, this was not fun. Oh, I had better come down to Elevate X, and we need to go and cancel this flight because we need to go and get another one soon. Polyad says that the transit to Asia is no more, though, because Russia makes Finnair go the long way around. Sunjammer Like to Buy have full-size showers and sleeping areas. A full-size shower? Yeah, I can understand that. As opposed to, I guess, a not-so-full-size shower. I was watching for just, watching stuff for days off. I was watching a little mini series that I had downloaded 10 years ago that I'd totally forgotten about, called the Warwicker Trilogies. And the Warwicker Trilogies were pretty good. If you're looking for something, I don't think you can watch it free on YouTube right now. But if you've got a streaming service, I had it on iTunes. So I watched that. It was kind of an interesting, it was a little spy story that I hadn't seen. I guess I saw it 10 years ago and didn't remember it all. And they have a few interesting movie stars that pop up in that series too, which is kind of cool. So if you're looking for something relatively entertaining to watch, that might be kind of cool. At Ollie's local airport in Saudi, it's got sleeping pods. They're in the main terminal next to the gates. You can't imagine the pod would be very relaxing. They're next to the seating area. Yeah, the cast list is actually pretty cool. There's some interesting names that pop up. Let's try this again because, oh my gosh, I love restarting. Let's see. We are at EFHK, Helsinki. But yeah, I've seen some of those sleeping pods. My guess is those are for people that are just absolutely exhausted. So completely and totally exhausted that they could sleep through anything, right? Okay, let's go make sure I don't spawn upon anybody. And let's give it another try. It's all fun and games though until you see your pilot emerge from one. Yeah. You would like to think that they would have a little bit better rest. Okay, that gate is available. Polyot says the Caravan has now been updated to version 1.2. That is the single engine Cessna that we all have for cargo flying. And let's try this again. I usually wait until the airplane gets connected up. Hey, Mr. Jazz, welcome back in. I hope things have been nice and jazzy for you. Welcome aboard. We also need to do a charter flight that the St. Bart's airline does. Yeah, they use the Cessna Caravan out of St. Bart's to some of the other islands. And it's specific for, you know, the St. Bart airline. All right, let's go back on VATSIM. Oh, love to have a CTD. Not going to get an on-time departure this time. Polyot says, yeah, it's called the St. Bart Commuter. And it's a cool way to get between the islands of, you know, around the Caribbean. And let's go ahead and do batteries. And nav lights, emergency exit, backlights. And we need to re-engage Elevate X. Start tracking. And we are now tracking. We'll try it again. Brandon MUC is back here. Brandon's been here for 50 months. Brandon, thank you for a nice resub. Thank you for coming in today. And happy Thursday. Quasar Core was first. Thank you for being here today and welcome on in. FMGC. And this looks good over on the init page. ASUS. Air operations, flight init, let the initting begin. I think our clearance is probably still good. You can tell if your clearance is still good by coming on over here and clicking on your airplane. And if you look down here and you can see your flight plan is still in here and active. And if you see your squawk code hasn't changed, then chances are your clearance is just fine. Now, if we were in a slotted departure situation where, you know, we've got to be out on time, we'd be pretty much screwed at the moment. Let's see. Polyot says that David Attenborough turns 100 years old today. And init ref. No init request. Oh, happy birthday. Ader pilot is flight 44 Alpha Mike. We'll see you there. Oh, it's tomorrow. And this is Finn. And good. And init. Nope, not init. Wins. Wins. While wins are doing, come on down here. 1, 2, 3, and on. Okay, so it was actually tomorrow. Well, then David Attenborough is going to have to write a special letter to the lawyers at the Lego company and ask for that special exemption to be able to play with Legos. because it's only for kids up to 99 years old. After that, I guess you've got to have like a special thing from your lawyers that says it's okay. Okay, let's just start loading the plane right now. Let's just put the numbers in as fast as we can and try and fly the airplane. 360. Page. Oh, does it say 99 plus? Maybe they did that after Dick Van Dyke had to do that. Plus 173.173. 0.658. 1.006. 1.036. I did not do zero fuel weight and center of gravity. 59.6. And center of gravity is 31.8. Accept it and go back. And that goes in there. And that looks good. Fuel planning is green. F plan, EFHK. Departure frequency, departure runway is 22 right. It's going to be the Tevru departure, Tevru for November, and insert. Coming into Oulu, our arrival is the RNAV for runway 30. We are currently planning the Suvib 5 Delta, Suvi 5 Delta, and our VIA is none. I didn't get no VIA. There we go. And insert. And init page B. And we're waiting over there. Let's see. I just checked the box. They no longer put an upper age, just a lower age now. Okay, well, that's actually nice of them. That's really cool. It's good to know that you can play with Lego your whole life. Departure radius. Information Romeo is now current. Altimeter is 1016. 1016. 1016. Backup is 1016. That looks good. And let's see, ground is 121.8. And that looks good. Come on down here. Our squawk is 0545. That looks good. APU can pop on. And we're looking good there. This is what got me into trouble last time. We used to have troubles like this when we were accessing charts. And it would crash the sim. It would absolutely crash the sim. I have a better list of airports. Let me give you a better next command for you, Russ. We now know a departure airport. Loviz suggests that we go to Libra from Costa Rica. Don't worry, if you are a Capricorn or an Aries, you are still allowed to go out of there. And maybe I should drop the jokes about astrology. This is where it blew up yesterday when I went to go and get the ground chart, or the last flight. Okay, the ground chart seems to be working. Cool. Okay, so Libra in Costa Rica. Russ, Loviz says it's okay to use just the default. And we've all got, it's either a freeware or a payware, but I know we've all got Toncontin. So we've got a Toncontin scenery just fine. Let's see. Everything looks good here. Looks good here. I think we're just waiting for passengers. And that looks good there. I'm going to do the perf really fast. Let's wait till we get the final load sheet in. That looks good. Almost time. Loviz has actually done this flight and proved that you can stuff the L1011 into Toncontin. This the landing does not have to be perfect. Haxenbayer, I just saw that. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And welcome on into you. Thank you for reminding me that hydrate. And I hope you're hydrated as well too. Very tasty coffee. Got an extra cup today. I think I'm starting to get old, so I need an extra cup of coffee for the spy flight. Haxenbayer is well hydrated today. Very good. 30 people to get on the airplane and we can go. And then maybe for our third flight, we'll take the CRJ someplace. Everything looks good there. How about APU start? $121.8. I don't hear anybody on ground. I've got the radio on. It's a little scary when you don't hear anybody. And looks like about 11 passengers to go and we can go. Let's see. Just got a nice follow.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Rails. Did I say that right? Rail? Thank you for the follow and welcome aboard.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo requesting taxi.
All right. We can actually hear people. Cool.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo taxi to holding point Zulu Delta.
L-Cup plays from Helsinki West. Hello. We're on our way. On our way, provided we don't have another crashed desktop here. Hopefully no more CTDs. APU is good. APU bleed can go on. Final load sheet. Final load sheet, 59.6. 31.8. That looks great.
Holding short runway 22 left for
and block fuel, 5.8.
Correct. Taxi by Alpha Delta to holding point Alpha.
5.8.
Taxi to holding point Zulu Delta via Alpha Delta. Hold short 2.
Krabby, hey, thanks for coming in and taking the time to say hi. I hope that you are having a great week. And we will see you when you can come back. Here comes fuel pumps. And let's get GSX going here. Wonder if it was GSX that crashed us. Prepare for pushback and departure.
Ground Center 5 Hotel request push and start 10-16. Information Romeo.
Okay, we clear of it. APU is clear. APU is clear. Let's go turn off the GPU. Parking brakes are off. We're going to get rid of the parking brakes. And let's go to departure perf. Sync the load sheet. Sync the weather. Calculate. Sync.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Now this is where it crashes. I don't know if I should go back to charts. Okay, looks like we're good to go there. Everything's good there. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. All of that looks good. Let's go ahead and start our squawkage. And all that looks good too. We are now squawking. There's a Finnair behind us there.
Locking gear.
There's another one pushing back.
Good evening, HELsinki ground. Finnair 125, information Roma, QNH 1016, Takeoff flight to Riga. Finnair 125, Helsinki ground, hello. Information Romeo current, you're cleared to Riga, runway 22 left, going for Foxtrot departure via seat climb 4,000 feet and squawk 1207. Squawk 1207,
Release parking brakes.
Okay, I think we're ready to try and push back. Amazing, right?
Finnair 125, clearance correct. Brake, set flight 22.
Marcus is checking in from Germany. Good Abend, Marcus. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. I hope it's a nice night in Germany. It looks like it is all over the EU. Looks like big high pressure. Hang on a sec.
Bravo, contact tower 118.6.
Tower 118.6, bye-bye, thanks for making Bravo.
Helsinki ground, very good evening from Finnair 441 and A320 at stand 21. Information Romeo's aboard. So is our clearance, requesting startup and pushback.
Finnair 441, your information Romeo correct. You're cleared to Oulu, runway 22 right. Devru for November departure via seat climb 4,000 feet and squawk 0545.
Finnair 441, cleared to Oulu, runway 22 right, Devru for November departure. Climb to 4,000, squawk is 0545, and we're fully ready for push and start.
Finnair 441, clearance correct, stand by for push.
Thank you, Finnair 441. Okay, we'll just chill for a second and try not to get choked up about it. There must be somebody.
Finnair 5 Hotel, are you able to depart from Zulu Delta?
Finnair 5 Hotel, affirmative, and we are now ready to taxi.
Finnair 5 Hotel, taxi to holding point Zulu Delta via Alpha Delta, hold short 22 left.
Holding point Zulu Delta by Alpha Delta, hold short at 22 left, Finnair 5 Hotel.
Almost time to go. We might actually get to do some flying.
Finnair 441, after company Airbus A321 passes you from left to right, startup and pushback approved facing northwest, QNH 1016 after.
1016 on the altimeter after the company A321 passes from left to right. Clear to push and start facing northwest for Finnair 441. We're waiting for that right there.
Canadian 2905, Helsinki.
Let's see. Marcus says it's cloudy, cold, and rainy. Oh, really? I must not be remembering the morning weather map as well. I thought it was like nice all over the EU. Perfect day for friends to meet at the German version of the Leaky Cauldron, right? So, you know, big fire in the fireplace and all sorts of tasty food and beverages and stuff, right? All right, there goes the airplane. So seatbelts and beacon and parking brakes. Let's get ready to rumble. I thought it was really nice there.
Engines clear. Start at wheel.
Finnair 5 Hotel, you can take still to them.
Okay, we'll go to Zulu Delta, Finnair 5 Hotel. Good evening, Finnair 3 Alpha Whiskey,
Starting one. Hi, Cracker. Welcome aboard. It is 11 degrees Celsius, so kind of cool where you are too.
5 Hotel,
Starting engine number one. SOP is all Airbuses start with engine one now.
and what is Finnair 3 Alpha Whiskey requesting?
Hope it's Cracker. Thanks for coming by today. Happy Thursday, almost Friday, and almost weekend. And we're getting a good start on engine number one.
set parking brakes.
Parking brakes set.
Air 7 Hotel, taxi straight to stand 7.
Which you must adopt if you hear brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin crew
Finnair 3 Alpha Whiskey.
Getting a good start on engine number 1. Starting 2. Starting engine 2.
4,000 feet at squawk 6505.
To Berlin, 22 left, Rolex 4 departure, 54.
Somebody's heading down to Berlin today.
Air 3 Alpha Whiskey, that's correct.
Engine number 2's coming on up.
supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen.
There goes our wing walker.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
There goes the truck.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Two good starts. Started back to normal. I like to wait for the pack lights to go out, and then the APU bleed, and then the APU. And we'll come down here and do control checks. Hi, Subsonic. Welcome aboard. We are about ready to go subsonic here. And elevators, ailerons, rudder. Trim's going to be down 0.4. 4. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. HELsinki, hello again from Finnair 441. Pushed and started from stand 21. Information, Romeo remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Finnair 441, taxi to holding point Zulu Delta via Alpha Delta, hold short 22 left.
Finnair 441, we are going to taxi to holding point Zulu Delta via Alpha Delta and holding short of runway 22 left. And let's come on up here and nose light, cabin call, parking brakes, and here we go. Sometimes the airplanes, if they're light enough, the A320s will start taxiing, do thrust idle taxi from a stop, but we're going to need to add a little bit here. And a new adventure begins. Until, of course, the passenger back in seat 22 Charlie
Cabin crew seek for takeoff.
says, "Stop, I left my coffee at the gate."
Good evening, Canadian Sierra Leone Yankee.
But you don't understand, I paid $22 for that cup of coffee. And it wasn't just one, I had a couple of cups of coffee.
Stand 19 via Delta Foxtrot and Alpha Delta, Canadian to Sierra Leone.
And there's a really cool tower. Takeoff config check. Green. And predictive wind shear.
Finnair 441, contact HELsinki Tower on 118.6. Bye.
118.6 now for Finnair 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. That's right. A couple of cups of coffee is now like soon in the flight sim world. HELsinki Tower, hello there. Finnair 441 is approaching holding point Zulu Delta with information Romeo.
441 via Zulu Delta, cross runway 22 left, continue taxi, holding point Whiskey Delta.
Finnair 441 via Zulu Delta, clear to cross runway 22 left and proceed to holding point Whiskey Delta for Finnair 441. And now we just have a nice, gentle little taxi. We'll add a little bit of thrust here and get us going. Have a quick look down the runway, make sure nobody's coming on in. I don't see anybody coming in over there. Anybody over there? Nope. Good. MC, let's see. Oh, let's see, Marcus. So all the music here at Spy HQ is from a internet music source called Epidemic Sound. Epidemic Sound. And if you look at the bottom, I've downloaded about 7 hours worth of music from Epidemic Sound. Most of it is what I like to call travel jazz, and you know, I've got two K-pop songs in there and a few other things. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that I've got a now playing list. So if you hear a song that you like, that's what it is. And you should be able to go to Epidemic Tracks and get it there. There's actually some pretty good stuff on Epidemic Tracks. And Polyop has gone and created some specific spy songs too. And those kind of sprinkle into the playlist now. And you'll be able to get those.
Contact tower 118.850, bye-bye.
118.850 now for Finnair 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Got an airplane landing over here. Hey, airplane landing. Watch out for rocks. Departure is 129.85. We're moving a little fast here. Probably should slow it down a little bit. It's relatively small at the bottom of the screen, but it does update with every song. And I guess I could put out a playlist somehow, but it would be really long. Because I just, you know, I've done like 5 or 6 little download parties that I've just gone and added. And they're actually adding a lot of music too, which is pretty cool. Helsinki Tower, very good evening. Finnair 441 is approaching holding point Whiskey Delta for runway 22 right. Information, Romeo is aboard, fully ready.
Finnair 441, line up runway 22 right.
22 right, line up, Finnair 441. Strobes. Landing lights ready to go. Cabin call. I see a cute little white puppy dog. That's got to be Sibby, and the puppy dog's name is Yoshi. Hey, Sibby. Hope you had a good week. Happy Thursday. Good to see you. Sibby was playing a ship game that looked like it was kind of new. It did not have people standing up in the bow saying, I feel like I'm flying. And I didn't see any icebergs either. So there you go. Captain Chris has already made it to Oulu in -210. Way to go, Captain Chris. See what happens when your simulator doesn't crash? Oh, it's so nice. Oh, I have forgotten.
Finnair 441, wind 230 degrees 1, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff, enable contact radar 129.850.
After takeoff, it's 129.850. Clear for takeoff. Finnair 441, thanks. Throttles up. Elapsed timer. And here we go. Manual flex, SRS, runway is set, auto thrust is blue, it's time to go. Well, back in my sailing days, there was an old joke about sailboat captains. There's 2 kinds of sailboat captains. Captains that have run aground and sailboat captains that are lying about it. Oh, really? Is it time for Captain Chris to go to work? Hey, have a good shift today, Captain Chris. Hope it's nice. And remember, we're not talking about the really great cookies there anymore, right? Helsinki radar, very good evening. Finnair 441 passing 1,400 for 4.
Finnair 441, Helsinki radar, good evening. Radar contact, climb unrestricted, flight level 280.
Climbing unrestricted now, flight level 280, Finnair 441. Ooh, nice road over there. Captain Chris, we'll look forward to you. Safe travels getting out to the airport and have a great evening. Okay, so we stop. We stop. We get to talk about cookies after June. You're not a sea captain. Hey, that's one of the things that I didn't see in your boat game was a chart. And you actually have to have depth charts in a boat so that you can see where you're sailing to make sure that you're not going to run aground.
HELsinki radar,
and you really have to know where the shoal areas are. Shoal areas, shallow water, where your boat's going to run aground. I didn't see anything that had charts in the game. Oh, there's the depth alarm. Yeah, the old joke about that is when the depth alarm is going off, it's too late, you're already going to run aground. I know I had a depth meter on my sailboat, and the depth meter was pretty good. And Finnair 441, that was direct to... Could I get that again, please?
Finnair 441, fly direct to Vive. Sierra Uniform, Victor India Bravo.
Direct to Suveb for Finnair 441. The chart had blue and deep blue. And looks good. Out we go there. Passengers enjoying nice views. Look at, I don't see any snow on the ground at all here. No snow outside of Helsinki. We made it. Next is the L1011 into Toncontin. Yeah, the Marietta was only 23 feet long, so your boat is a little bit longer, and you probably had a much deeper depth than I did. 10,000 feet. And out we go. Trying to remember, it was 3 feet and...
Finnair 441, contact Helsinki control 121.3, good night, happy flying.
121.3 now for Finnair 441. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
You too.
121.3. And this is actually another one of those really good VATSIM events if you're new on VATSIM. It's the Welcome to Hell event, HEL, Helsinki, and it really is a good one. You did not sink, and I didn't see any icebergs out there, and I didn't see, Leonardo DiCaprio floating around on a board, so my guess is you probably were doing pretty good on the boat sim. Guten Abend, Ben. thanks for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Helsinki, very good evening from Finnair 441. We are passing flight level 130 for flight level 280 direct to Suveb.
Good evening, Finnair 441, Helsinki, radar contact, climb flight level 360.
Climbing now, flight level 360, Finnair 441. Not sure if...
441, runway 30, clear Subi 5 Delta arrival.
Finnair 441, we are expecting runway 30 and the Subeb 5 Delta arrival for Finnair 441. Oh, come on. What kind of a boat game could it possibly be if there's no ice and Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio are not, you know, fighting over room on the board? I mean, seriously. It's got to... the games have to have their minimums, right? Luku says it's already summer in Finland, 20 plus degrees outside during the days. Probably you're needing sunscreen and stuff too right now, right? This is really the time to be flying though in Sweden, Finland, and Norway. It really is a good time to be flying up here because you get to see all the scenery. It really is nice. And all looking good here. We've already got the arrivals set in and we've got the runway set up. So we're doing good there. Fly with Antunes. Did I say that right? It's been a while. Your PC gave up on you, but you built a new one now and you're back in 2024. Welcome back. Fly with Antunes. Good to see you. Boy, a melting down PC is never fun, is it? It just sort of like takes so much out. But I'm real happy to hear you. How do you like your new PC? Did you build it yourself? You built a new one? We now have flyby, now that we've got Chase Plane for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, which is pretty neat. And if we were aboard a Finnair flight, right now the flight attendants would be handing out a little bit of blueberry juice. Because that is like the official beverage of Finnair, is blueberry juice.
Good luck with this micro arrival for runway 15, Nordic 190.
Finnair 165, Rovaniemi runway 21, localizer Istanbul.
We are 253 miles out. 252 miles. We'll be landing at 20:01 Zulu. It is now 19:20. So we got about 40 minutes if you want to start getting ready for our departure from Libra, Costa Rica to Toncontin. We're taking the L1011. It is a sonic screwdriver. This was a gift from my younger sister a long time ago. And so, yep, there's a sonic screwdriver here on the Spy flight deck because seriously, you gotta have a sonic screwdriver. If you don't have one, there can be some real serious trouble. Gotta have a sonic screwdriver.
Nordic 1190 requesting descent. Nordic 1190 descent flight level 100.
A sonic screwdriver?
100 Nordic 1190.
Oh my gosh, Captain Sibby. A sonic screwdriver is from a really cool old TV. Well, it's not old. It's actually, we've got some new versions of it too. Doctor Who.
2300 feet, QNH 1017. Let RMP approach runway 30, report final approach course.
That's right. If your landing gear doesn't come down, you could hit the sonic screwdriver and out you go. It's not Sonic the Hedgehog. No, it's a show. It's Truthful Dread. Yeah, Doctor Who. There's somebody that used to stream a lot, and she doesn't do much live streaming anymore. But Agent Bravo 7 is really, really, really good at Sonic the Hedgehog games. I mean, that game is probably the fastest thing I've ever seen in a computer. And to watch her go racing around the track with Sonic the Hedgehog just blows me away. But nope, not Sonic the Hedgehog. 25,000 feet, seatbelts off. And this all looks really good. Fuel for landing is estimated fuel on board for landing is 4.0. If there's any delays, which I don't expect there to be any. So the RNAV stars for runway 30. Suvib. There is a hold at Adkin. My guess is we're not going to do the hold at Adkin. And that's 2,300. Let's see, Fly with Antunes got the RTX 3060, but you have an i5 1440F with a bunch of other numbers, and it is working. It is working clean and smooth. You know about, Sibby knows about Dr. No, but you don't know about the other Doctor Who. Dr. No in James Bond. It is a very old series. I don't know if it is actually considered the longest running series ever, but I believe it started back in the 1960s on the BBC. Took a little bit of a break and came back to the BBC, and I think it's on another break right now. And it was kind of a little cheesy. I mean, some of the special effects were not great, but back in the day, it was kind of cool. The stories could be a little bit cheesy too. It's a fun show. It's a fun show. And seriously, who would not want? That's right. Truthful Dread. It was started in black and white. Sibby, you could see a lot of the old episodes for free on YouTube. You could see a lot of the episodes for free on YouTube if you wanted to. And some of the new ones are, you can see on YouTube. Although, I would just go and get them. I've got a. Truthful Dread said it started in 1963. Again, it's a science fiction thing. It is about a cranky person who's, called a Time Lord, and travels around the universe in what looks like a police box from London, but it's actually a time machine. And, you can go anywhere. Let's see. You liked Matt Smith, the 11th Doctor. I thought that David Tennant and Matt Smith have done some really good stuff. Tom Baker and John Pertwee were my favorite Doctors too, way back in the day. When I first started watching it, it was in the late 70s and late 70s actually, when the public broadcasting in the United States was running Doctor Who. And so that was something my sister and I used to watch all the time when we were kids growing up. And Tom Baker and John Pertwee were our favorite Doctors. Lately, I've seen Day of the Doctor, which was Matt Smith, David Tennant, and John Hurt played the War Doctor. Never saw that one. And then I really kind of started getting into the modern Doctor with Peter Capaldi. Although I've really started to slow down because I've heard that the Peter Capaldi episodes get really kind of depressing and stuff. And now is not the time in my life for depressing. So, Peter Davidson, that's right after Peter Davidson finished appearing in All Creatures Great and Small, they brought him in with the Doctor. I know, you started with Sylvester McCoy. Yeah, there's been like 13, I think it's been 13 different actors, or is it 14 now, have played Doctor Who. Time Lords regenerate, if you don't know. So after a certain time, they take on a different form. But it's an interesting series. All Creatures Great and Small was really nice. PBS in the U.S. used to run those too, and our family never missed them. And apparently they were monster popular on the BBC back in the day when they were coming out. It was an absolute massive hit. And transponder to all. And let's refresh. Retrieving weather.
runway 30.
Okay, our Oulu ATIS information Delta is current. Still runway 30. Runway is dry. Transition level is 60. Everything looks good. We'll just leave that up. A lot of people did not like after, Disney kind of got involved with them. I haven't seen an awful lot. I've seen Day of the Doctor, so that introduced me to David Tennant and Matt Smith. And then somebody recommended Peter Capaldi, and I enjoyed. I've seen basically the first half of the Peter Capaldi versions of Doctor Who and have really enjoyed those. And like I said, halfway through his run, things started to get really kind of unhappy. We lose Clara, I guess, and then he is a particularly nasty departure, and now is just not the time in my timeline that I'm ready to see something. Don't want to lose some characters that I really like right now, so I've really stopped watching that for a while. I'll pick it up again.
Tango Echo Mike, direct point Lupao. Clear direct Lupao, Tango Echo Mike.
We're going to need to put in our arrival data now. We're not quite to top of climb, but okay, let's come on over here. Altimeter is 1017. 1017 on the altimeter. It is 5 degrees in Oulu. The wind in Oulu is 340 at 4. Transition level is 60. And the barrow for our arrival is going to be on the RNAV arrival. LNAV, VNAV is 320. I'm going to make it a full flaps landing. And there we go. Almost done with the climb.
And right there.
Right there. You got it.
Sunjammer says, crush the lesser races, conquer the galaxy, incredible power, unlimited rice pudding, etc., etc. That sounds like something the Master would say. But Truthful Dread does like the idea of unlimited rice pudding. You're a classic example of the inverse relationship between the size of the mouth and the size of the brain. I don't remember that, but I love it. Oh, man. A couple of former bosses that qualifies for. I could say that, they don't watch. Oh my gosh. Okay, 48 miles to top of descent. We have got all of our descent data in. And clean speed's going to be 229. VAP's 139. So everything's good to go there. If we go and descend on the arrival, that would be down to 2,300 at Adkin.
Finnair 441, clear direct Adkin.
Finnair 441 is now direct to Adkin. Direct to Adkin. And insert. And 40 miles to top of descent. Rose is going to be the new 16th Doctor. But now focus so you don't have to use a screwdriver. Oh, Rose Tyler? Rose Tyler's going to be a doctor? That's pretty cool. There was one episode, I think it was like the second one, the doctor was... it was a Peter Capaldi thing. And they were doing some sort of a battle with Cybermen and stuff like that. And Clara got cornered by one of the Cybermen, and of course the Cybermen were going to kill her. And she says, well, you can't kill me. I'm the doctor. You can't. I'm the doctor. And they totally, they kind of recut the open of Doctor Who. And so instead of Peter Capaldi's, scary eyebrows, they had her big eyes and gave her top billing in the open. I thought that was, they had some clever moments. I never knew about Rose Tyler until after I watched The Day of the Doctor, when that actor plays the operating system of a very, very scary weapon that John Hurd is using. So I learned a little bit about Rose Tyler then. Good afternoon, Wabi. Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday, almost the weekend. We're about ready to tempt fate. And we're going to have a nice landing in Oulu in Norway, and then we're going from Costa Rica to Toncontin in the L1011. No fear. Top of descent about 20 miles. And I have not adjusted the time. That's right, it is. It's up in the northern part. It's in the northern part of the. I don't know if it's a lake or it's. I guess it's an inland waterway. So we're coming up here. There's Rovaniemi, the Santa Claus airport there. So this is what we have there. There's going to be a Christmas special? Really? I'll look forward to that. So here we are basically here. Did I buy the passenger expansion for the MD-11? I bought the collector's version. So I was one of the first people, the first group of people that decided to shell out for the MD-11. So I think that meant that I got everything. But I like MD-11s. It's a cool airplane, so I knew I was going to want it. Okay, Luku says it is a sea, actually, and it's the Bay of Bothnia. Did I say that right? And it's in the northern part, and it's a sea, and it's part of a gulf. And so what What Luku is talking about, that's this area right in here. So there is our Gulf or our sea. Oulu is a cultural capital of Europe. Oh, it is. So this is a really cool place that we're going to. I know that there's a really nice payware airport that you can get for it over at Contrail, if you would like a nice contrail scenery. 7 miles from top of descent. Echo is now aboard. Helsinki radar, hello from Finnair 441. Information, Echo is now aboard, requesting descent.
Finnair 441, descent flight level 100.
Descent flight level 100, Finnair 441. Fun fact, if no success in EFINACC, I already have a position at the University of Oulu in civil engineering. Hey, that's really cool. Really. So, well, I hope that the Finnair air traffic control works out for you, because that's going to be an incredibly cool job. But if not, it is so nice in this day and age to have a backup. I thought about maybe doing, getting a degree and getting a job in civil engineering, but there's just some people out there that I have such a hard time being civil to. Only on the spy flight can we turn a civil engineering thing into a silly joke, right? Actually, Sibi, if you want, we now have something special. And Polyot made this, Sibi, so you do exclamation point and... We were late 25 minutes. The joke was not civilized. Gotta keep our jokes civilized, right? Okay, so far so good. Now we have to hope for butter on the runway, because there will not be butter on the runway going into Toncontin. And then we need to figure out what might be a nice CRJ flight for a third flight today. Loviz has done a flight plan for Toncontin, and here's the remark I got from SimBrief. Notice arrival runway may be inadequate for landing. No, imagine flight simulator pilots taking an airplane to a runway that may be inadequate for the landing. That never happens on the spy flight. Still haven't seen any big spots of snow or anything here. That Loviz says that's a lie, it can be done. Okay, any advice for flight planning or anything, Loviz? You've done this flight. Anything that we need to remember to do? Should we limit our the number of passengers we have aboard? Zibi, you'll love this flight. This is the L1011 into Toncontin. A very big airplane with a tight turn to final and a short runway. Matt Pro, some computers, you know how some computers have a water-cooled system? Instead of water, I poured beer into mine, and that makes it smooth. That's right, Sibby, you take a crate of lemons, and that's how you do it. Loviz says you need to be ready for the VOR approach on this one. Green says we should prepare for a back taxi. That's right, put beer in there. It makes your computer a lot smoother. No, Matt Pro, I'm just insanely lucky right now. The way my system is working, I'm able to get this done. Hi, Mountain Man. Hey, Mountain Man, we're about ready to do some wild and crazy flying here with the L1011. We have all sorts of water vapor set and ready to go. 25,000 feet, seatbelts. And if you really want a smooth operating system, you use, a adult beverage with a higher octane level. That sometimes works pretty good too.
HELsinki Control, KLM 121, 2,700 feet, climbing flight level 370.
That's right, you could use Uzu if you're in Greece. Uzu cures everything and makes your computer work faster than ever before. Fly with Antune says the RTX 3060 at a 1080p with a good processor. It's so far, I'm just so insanely lucky with this system. Schnapps in Germany. A fruit schnapps or a peppermint? Do you have a preference? I would think peppermint because the fruit might gum up the system a little bit. Matt says, yeah, pour a can of Guinness in there. That'll take care of it, especially if you're in Dublin. It does work better than the 3080. Well, Sibby, you just got it. You got a new one, but you didn't get Nvidia, didn't you? Got the other one, right? It's not an Nvidia anymore. Vocholder, did I say that right? Matt has a 5060, so I'll see what I can do to play. I think we might need a little speed break here. We're a touch fast, so just a little speed break. You see all the cool stuff that's modeled in here. That's right, you went to the other graphics system instead of Nvidia. And speed breaks down. Matzmeister, after owning the game for a few days, I'm mainly doing Cessna 172 stuff. I learned about the magic that is the ILS frequency and managed to land a bigger plane. I can see myself sinking so many hours. You actually can, Matt. And by the way, if you just got started and you're learning how to fly and stuff like that, you're doing it absolutely the right way. Start off in the Cessna 152, learn about the magic that's an ILS, and slowly build up into jets and stuff like this on VATSIM. And so you're doing it the right way, and yep, that's the cool thing about flight sim. You can sink a lot of hours into flight simming, and it will be really, it's a game that you can play for pretty much forever. Monica has got bagel bites. I finished up a little bit of guacamole from last night that I had left over. So it was chips and guacamole before the spy flight today. Very tasty. I hear you can get bagel bites with, like, you know, sausage and cheese and, you know, pizza sauce in them. And that you would take them and microwave those. That sounds kind of good. And bring in the map a click. There we go. Looks like it's fairly flat here. No big mountains or anything like that. A couple of puffy little clouds and that's it. So it should be really nice weather. Pretty quiet night on a Thursday night here. Very quiet in Helsinki tonight. Let's see, Kuopio. Javaskala. Got lots of little airports up here. Luku, look at flight radar. Let's see what's going on in the real world. Let's what's happening here. EFOU. Oulu, show on the map. So here's what's happening right now in Finland. Not an awful lot going on. There's a lot of people coming into Helsinki in the real world. Looks like they flipped the runways. Helsinki, is that what we got going on here? No, they're coming in from the north, so these are all the arrivals. Look at all the Finnair coming in. All sorts of Finnair coming in. Same runway as they were using in the sim today. Well, it's also starting to get a little bit late. You know, time to call it a day in this part of the world. $14,000 feet. Captain Odie is back in chat. Wrapped up an offline chill-out Lufthansa flight from München to Newark in the A350. How'd the A350 go in? We always get a little bit nervous about the A350 after a long flight and a WASM crash. Was it a good, did it behave? Luku, this is, we're following the real Finnair Flight 441. That's what this flight is. Captain Odie says the A350 worked just fine. They probably would have had a problem going that way, Captain Odie. I would have rather gone the other way from Newark to München. Because, you know, airbrow at München. Get a...
441, proceed direct Cockpit, descend altitude 5,000 feet, clearance 1017, information echo, expect visual approach runway 30.
1017 on the altimeter, direct to Vodka and down to 5,000 feet, expecting visual 304, Finnair 441. Direct to Vakba and insert down to 5,000 feet and looking good. Captain Odie had WASM crashes a few times, but not this time. That's awfully gutsy of you, you know, to take the A350. I like the airplane. It's a cool airplane. But the idea of having a WASM crash after investing, you know, 6 or 7 hours on a flight from Munich to Newark, that's a little bit, that's really pushing the envelope as far as, gee, do I want to risk a WASM crash after that much time in the plane? And there's 10,000 feet and landing lights. Cabin call. And we're going to need speed brakes here. Speed brakes are out. We did manage to recreate, I was having a WASM problem with the CRJ, and it turned out it really looked like it was. It really looked like it was a bad nav data. Okay, performance, and I'm going to go ahead and take control of my speed now. So 250 knots, approach activated, and looking good. And going down to 5,000 feet.
Takeoff 5, Cockpit hours close, monitoring 122.8. Unical 1228, Takeoff 5, divide.
Uh-oh. We're in clouds. What's the temperature outside?
441, descend altitude 2,300 feet, report when ready for visual.
Descend now 2,300 feet. We'll give you a call when we're ready for visual. Finnair 441.
Kelm 121, HELsinki control will be closing shortly. Monitoring 122.8. From 122.8. Kelm 121. Kiitos ja moi.
I'm slowly reducing my rate of descent here. That's going to help me control my speed. We are 30 miles out. I'll keep it up to 250 here for a little bit. But we were setting up the flight plan in the CRJ, and it was a flight in Canada. Did it twice, and we had a WASM crash at the same point. So I'm wondering if some of those WASM crashes are happening because of some bad nav data. That's what it appeared in the CRJ. I've done a couple of CRJ flights since and haven't had a problem. I didn't go back to that airport though. Nomad, welcome aboard. You've got 5,000 hours in Microsoft 2020 and almost 2,000 hours in Microsoft 2024. Welcome on in, Nomad. Those are a lot of hours. Now, if only we could get frequent flyer miles for our Microsoft Flight Simulator hours, right? I think if we did, I would probably have enough for a round trip in first class. Nomad, you know what? This is an incredible... See, I think that this is an incredible training ground for a career in aviation. I really do. And if you were a recruiter, if you were recruiting for jobs in the aviation industry, I would be right here in Microsoft Flight Simulator and VATSIM and you know, so the live stream and the Twitch live stream channels and YouTube channels looking for people. I think it's a great starting point. HELsinki Control, hello again from Finnair 441 at 3,300, about ready to make the turn, and we have Oulu Airport in sight.
Finnair 441, runway, visual approach runway 30.
Expecting the visual, runway 30 for Finnair 441.
Finnair 441, wind 310 degrees, 3 knots, runway 30, clear to land.
Runway 30, clear to land, Finnair 441. Letting the autopilot do a little bit of work for me right now. I'm going to let it make the turn. Gonna also let the autopilot help slow me down just a little bit because we're busy campers here. But there's the airport right over there. So we're good there. So we'll let it make our turn. And there we go. Speed's coming down. There's our turn. Flaps 1. How about wheels? Gears going down. Always good to have wheels. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. And let's go manage speed to land. Speed is managed to land. We're a little bit high, of course. It's the spy flight. If we weren't high and fast, there'd be a problem, right? Throw out speed brakes here. Gonna have to do a dive of death here.
Climbing flight level 3.
Passengers love it when the pilots do the dive of death. Nah, we're gonna be fine. We don't need the parachute.
Kiitoksia hyvästä johdosta ja hyvää illan yön jatkoa.
1000.
I got one red light. Speed brakes back. Flaps 3. Rearm the speed brakes.
500.
Speed brakes are rearmed. Flaps are full. ECAM checklist is green. Captain saved the day.
400. 100 above. 300. Minimum.
Landing.
200. 100. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Reverse. Reverse is green. We made it. Uh-oh, were there 2 landing rates?
Welcome to Oulu, landed time 00, taxi to apron stand 13.
Taxi to the apron stand 13 now for Finnair 441. Thanks for the nice ATC, and have a good weekend.
Thanks for flying in Finland. Good weekend to you as well.
And up we go here, landing lights off. Still, and we're going to stand 13. Landing lights, strobe lights. There we go. I kicked the other one there. Okay, stand 13, airport ground chart. There was a little bit of smooth, yeah, there was a little float, and it does look like we had a bounce since there was 2. Okay, stand 13 is jetway number 1, our first jetway. So everything looks good here. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down, and APU is popping up there right now. And we didn't scratch the paint or nothing. So a minus 138 and a 16. You know, that's not really all that bad. That's a great way to start the day, because we know there ain't going to be butter like that on the runway at Toncontin. JSG Droid, hi there. It's Thursday. Welcome aboard. Just did a land on the Welcome to HELsinki event, and we are about ready to try and take the L1011 into Toncontin. Low-vis has already proved that it works there, so let's give it a shot. What could possibly go wrong? And this is a nice little payware airport that I found at Contrail. I think it's going to be a really nice one. So we've got this one, we've got Helsinki, and we've got Rovaniemi, the Santa Claus airport. So we've got 3 really nice airports in Finland. JSG Droid is going to take the A300. What's special about Toncontin? Well, have you seen the approach there? There is a really cool route that you can take down a canyon to land. Although we're taking the L1011, so we have to use the VOR, so we don't get to do the RNAV arrival, which is, I think, more fun. We could do the RNAV arrival visually. That might be fun. Buckeye says to hydrate. Hi, Buckeye. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, this is a cool. You remember, you know, all the Civil Air big airplanes and small airports that you used to do all the time? This is a really good one. This would be the ultimate test for Captain Civvy and a big airplane and a small airport. You will need your sim pilot nerves of steel for sure. And maybe a shot of Uzu, I'm not sure. There's 13 Bravo. I think we want just basic 13. It is a very short runway, and if you're going to take the RNAV, it is a very tight turn to funnel at the last minute, which is very hard to see the runway. You should have a go at Toncontin, absolutely. You're going to take your A340? Hey, that's a good airplane to give it a try to. That's a great airplane to try it on. Scott Scan, you're in your second home. How's your second home tonight, Scott? Yeah, I think that your the A340's better. And parking brakes, that's probably close enough. Parking brakes are good. APU is on. Engine number 1, engine number 2, and let's stop squawking. Squawkage has stopped. Let's come up here and do engines. Fuel pumps, ADIRs, off, off, and off. Cruise supply of oxygen off. Beacon is off. Seatbelts are off. Come down here to deboard the airplane. And if you look outside, you can see the jetway is already here. And we made it. How about that? Okay, Loviz says we're departing off of runway 25 and we are landing on runway 2. Okay, so we got to do that. Scott Scan, this is your second home. It's Finland. You know what, Scott? This would be a pretty nice place to have your second home in, I think. I think this would be a great place to have a second home. And here comes our cargo doors opening. And we made it. Again, this is a great little payware airport. You can find it at Contrail. I think we're going to probably come back here. So they, you know, Finnair flight 441 and 442 is basically up from Helsinki and back. So this would be a good spy flight run for me to do on a semi-regular basis. And we already know what our landing rates were. We know that there was a bounce. Yeah, you can see my bounce right there. Very embarrassing. Oh, well. So let's come over here and complete the flight. And the flight is complete. Slide that over there. And let's get ready for our next flight. I'm going to do a reset here. And quit to desktop. All right, let's go and see if there's any ATC waiting. Chances are there won't be. So if you're new to VATSIM or you don't normally fly on VATSIM, this is a really great place for you to come and join us if you would like. Okay, so we're departing out of Costa Rica at MRLB, and we are going to Toncontin Airport. And that is going to be MHTG. So basically, we're going to start down here at MRLB, and we're coming up here. So those are our two airports that we're going to. Let's see. I don't need Sim App Pro, so I'm going to turn off Sim App Pro. We don't need a flight management computer, and we don't need an autopilot. Loviz says normally we go out of Guatemala, but they always change our flight plan, which would be a pain. Yes, especially in this airplane. This is not one of those airplanes where you want to change your flight. Okay, this looks really good. Let's go ahead and start sim. Here comes our sim. I haven't been in this airplane in a while. There is my cheat sheet for the L1011. So I've got my cheat sheet all ready to go. And let's go do a flight plan. Sim brief. Okay. Create a new flight. I'm going to be Clipper on this one, so PAA, Flight 441. We are departing out of MRLB. We are going to MHTG. We are going to be flying an L101, Lockheed 101 TriStar. There we go. We are going to fly as Pan Am World Airways. And we're going to not have to use CTAF on this one, so it's just 122.8. We don't need the autopilot cam. And I'm going to board 30 minutes of extra fuel for the inevitable go-around that will no doubt occur on this flight. Okay, so we're doing the guard departure to Amola, to Libra, and Libra 1 Alpha. However, this airplane, now we could cheat. This airplane will import your SID and your star. So we could cheat and do the SID in the star, and then that way we could also do the groovy little arrival. Or we could be pure and not do that. So let's see. In this case, we would want to do something like this flight here. There's guard 2 for the departure, but this just puts us over the TNT VOR, which is what we want. Let's see if guard 2 is a non-RNAV departure. So airports, MRLB. It's not much of a SID or a star. Okay, so open charts, SID, and it's the Garda. I think they're talking, it's the Garda, Guard 2 departure. And it takes us, okay. So this is basically take off, go back over the VOR, and out you go, basically. Now, if we really wanted to rock and roll, let's come over here and go to Sky Vector. I mean, who needs waypoints, right? MHTG to MRLB, MHTG. Okay, so we come out here and we could go over Libra. After Lib, LIB. What else? What are our other options? We could do this all with VORs. Okay, is this a VOR over here? MGA. There's Managua. Hi, Budapest. Welcome aboard. And then let's come out here, see if we can find another one. Not really another one here, so the next one would be the TNT VOR. Okay, so here's just a straight VOR flight. We would need the nav log, and those are all VORs. So we could save the nav log and do and not even do the thing. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this. Control C. Go to SimBrief. Wipe out all of this and paste it. Analyze it, and it's a groovy road. Let's do that, baby. What could possibly go wrong? I'm going to generate the flight. Oh. Let's do what Captain Sibby says. So let's look at passengers. I'm going to take 5 passengers and no freight. I'm only going to take 5 passengers. Okay? They'll be like really drunk, but hey, it's Toncontin. Generate the flight. So what we've done is now Lovis is taking 150 passengers. Oh my gosh.
Incoming.
Hey, we just got a raid from Captain Whip. Hi, Captain Whip. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Hey, Captain Whip, we are getting ready to take the L1011 into Toncontin. What could possibly go wrong there, right, Captain Whip? No? Oh, Captain Whip's coming along? Really? Let's get wild and crazy here. Okay, let's get a PDF of the flight plan, because we're going to need a PDF of the flight plan. Save it to the desktop. Hey, Captain Whip. Thanks for coming by. Hope you had a good Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay, this looks good. We're going to pre-file on VATSIM, because, you know, pre-filing on VATSIM. Flight level 340. Filed. We are filed. No chickening out possible now. All right, this all looks good. I think we're done up there. And I think I could give you a link to my flight plan if you would like to use it. It's very simple. Just type !flight plan and you'll get all my groovy little numbers there if you'd like them. All right, all that looks good. Let's see. Let's make sure we got the flight plan. And yep, that looks good. Toncontin. And let's make sure I have my nav log so I can get my VORs. And there is our nav log, so all of that looks perfect. Got all the stuff we need. Okay, we're done with this page. We're done with this page. Let's come on down to MRLB and see if we can find a place to park. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. And free flight. All right, we're going to do the L1011. Stuart's back in chat. Welcome in, Stuart. Welcome, welcome. 1011. And I'm already in a Pan Am livery. Save and go back. MRLB is the airport. MRLB. Liberia. All right, let's see here. I think gate 2 is available. How about I'm going to snag gate 2. There's not a lot of gates, so you may need to just spawn on somebody here and start the flight. Here we go. All right, let's see if we can remember how to fly this plane. It's been a while. Okay, first thing I do is I get jetway and I get ground power. You turn on the master radio switches. You run the pre-flight checklist in the EFB. Then you do batteries. You do standby power, flight engineer, INS 1, 2, and 3, even though we're not going to really INS much. And wow, looks like the scenery's a little messed up here. Looks like my airplane's a little bit messed up here. The gates are bigger than that. We've come in and out of here a few times, so we're good. It's downloading. Okay, this looks good. Let's go ready to fly. And there's our big Pan Am L1011. All right, let's get on VATSIM. I picked it because it's an easy route north, and we get, oh, cool, we get, Loviz has visited these volcanoes too. Oh, we don't need this one. We don't need that, but we do need is VPilot. Loviz is actually visited, including the volcano in the middle of the lake, which is going to be neat. And we actually go over the really cool volcano in the lake too. Yes, in England, in the UK, they have the Lady in the Lake. In Nicaragua, they have the volcano in the lake. All right, PAA 441, L101, TriStar, engage. And we should also get Elevate X going, because, you know, we got to have, you know, evidence for the trial later on. All right, looking good here. I think there's not much else to do. Let's get in the airplane and rock and roll, or country and western. Let's see. I need to update one thing here in Chase Plane. I've got a problem with the end button. We need to change the end button to the home button. I don't know why, but it's been really weird. Cool. All right. And we're done with that page. And our airplane looks great. What a cool plane. Check your throttles. Make sure you've got control of your throttles the way you like for the airplane. I like to have the the right lever on my 2 throttles, we all usually have like 2. We've got 2 throttle levers, left and right. So my right one is the middle engine, and then the left one is engine 1 and engine 3 on the wings. I'm going to make sure my slip speed brakes work. And I'm going to make sure I've got controls. There must be a gust lock. I can steer, so that's all we need. Okay. It's cheat sheet time. Jetway. We should call the jetway. All right, jetway. Come on down here. I've got a ground power unit in. Let's see. I think it's already got chocks in place. It does. So chocks are in place. So let's call Mr. Jetway. And even though the terminal is not working here today, my jetway is. Hey, look at that. It even went to the correct door. It went to the L2. How about that? That's pretty good. All right. Let's see. Ground power. We should call ground power. Let's see. GPU. We've already got a GPU. It's checked off. We're good to go there. Let's see. Master radios. The master radios are up here, and we are going to need them. So master essential and 2. Punch those in, and we can go and do the battery. I always get a charge out of doing the battery. Yes, the dumb jokes are here. Battery going on. Battery is on. Standby power is going to go on after that. Upper middle. Oh, it's up here. Upper part. That's right. I have 2 panels up here. And there's a standby power switch here. Oh, I haven't been in this airplane in a while. Let's see. Pack selectors, cabin pressure. Standby power, upper middle. Area, blah, 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 blah. Isolation valve, that's not power. Maybe it's over here. Horn, pressurization. Captain Whip says it's in the center. Oh, upper panel. It's this one. It's this one, right? It's not the engineering panel. It's these guys. Yeah, this is what we want. Okay, standby power is here. Thanks, Captain Whip. And we'll also arm the emergency lighting, armed and guarded. Not that there's going to be any reason for emergency. We got stuck here a couple of years ago on a return flight, American Airlines 738 MAX. You had a cracked windscreen coming in, and it sat here a while waiting on parts and mechanics. It took a while for you to reboot and rebook, and Loviz says this is a nice place to be stranded. Okay, position lights going on, and that looks good. Oh, we have to guard the standby power, and we're going to do no smoking. And let's go ahead and do some lighting here. All right, come on over here. Instruments. Flood. And then I also do a couple of them over here too. Instruments. And a little panel flood. And everything's kind of coming to life. We've also got instruments and flood down here. And it's going to be a mostly daytime flight, so we'll get all of this going on. I guess pulling a windscreen and replacing it is a major part of the thing. I would imagine it is too, Loviz. I'd imagine that's a big deal. And it's probably one that you have to have really super duper qualified people working on it, because you can't afford to screw it up. You really can't afford to mess that up. All right, all that looks good. And now it says pre-flight with the auto engineer. So let's get the auto engineer to do stuff. Menu and autocomplete. Pre-flight preparations.
Got it. Pre-flighting now. Stand by.
It's kind of important. It will sit in place for a while. And Scott has arrived in chat. Hi, Scott. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in today. APU's popping on. Fuel's popping on. And that's good. We don't need logo lights. We don't need... we already have emergency exit lights, and everything's good. With that, let's go to the ground page. We don't need anything else here. Load sheet, sim brief import. And there's our sim brief import. I'm going to check my fuel. I should have 40.5 in the tanks. And my fuel's 40.5, so that's already good to go there. Operational flight plan.
Hey mate, just got that flow done. She's all set.
All right, thank you. There's takeoff and charts. So let's see, MRLB. We are basically doing airport ground, HEC. And our SID is going to be, we're departing off of runway. I've already forgotten, that's why I wrote it down. It's going to be runway 25 and runway 2. And probably a little bit of that speed tape too, you know, because passengers love seeing like the duct tape around the windows. They'd really like that, right? They would think that's just great fun. Okay, that looks good. We're departing off of runway 25. Now, these are RNAV SIDs, so actually we're not doing this. We're basically going to take off, maybe do a big circle to the left and fly over the VOR, and that'll be perfect. Coming into MHTG, we're not going to probably do this SID at all, but because we're going over TNT. And we're going to need a VOR approach, and Loviz says to use runway 2. Okay, so here we go over here. And that's good. 8,000 feet. Oh, this isn't as much fun. What you really want to do on this arrival, what you really want to do is this arrival here. This is the fun one. So you come in over here at 8,000 feet, and you do this big circle, and you come around here, and then you start to go into this canyon. And after the canyon, what gets really entertaining is this last little turn to final there. That's the entertaining arrival. We're not going to be quite so entertaining today. Okay, so everything looks good there. Now then, we also need to do a few more things. We need to turn on normal for the DMEs. And normal for that DME too. Okay, that looks really good. We could go ahead and align the INSs, although we're not going to use the INSs for this flight. So we could start the alignment process there. And that's looking pretty good too. All right, let's see what else we have to do. Okay, altimeters. No ATC here, so what we could do is we could... oh, this thing does give you a METAR. It does give you METARs, so come over here on the charts page, click METAR, and then put in the IC cows, which is MRLB. MRLB. You can just type it in on the keyboard. And the altimeter is 2979. 2979. There we go. And I think you also have to set the backup altimeter here. And that would be 1008 hectopascals. There we go. Our backup altimeter is now set. Okay, so we got that, and that looks good. Okay, so we got radio and INS flight directors. Flight directors are over here. And then to activate it here, you need to click the left side of the yoke. Flight directors are now on. Load sheet, sim brief, import. Takeoff performance. TOP, takeoff performance. You can sync your performance. You can calculate your performance and set your bugs and EPR, engine pressure ratio. So all of that looks good. And that looks really nice. For today's flight, we are planning to go... This is going to be flight level 340, 34,000 feet. Let's just dial that into the altitude right now. Since there's no ATC, let's just go ahead and climb like we normally would. $34,000 feet. Let's see. We also need to set our VORs. So our VORs are over here, and this is why I wanted to get my nav log here on this. So let me just get a few things out of the way. Okay, so navlog, our first VOR is LIB. That's right over the airport, and that's 112.8. We're going to put this one over here. And that's this guy right here, 112.8. All right, our next one is MGA 112.1. 112.1. And the outbound track is going to be... We're going north. Why are we doing that? Oh, okay. Let's set our runway to charts. Airport ground. We're departing off of runway. So 252 degrees. And then between LIB and MGA, it's 338 degrees. Let's set 338 over here. And we'll just do a big old left turn. Joker Allen is back in chat, and so is Fogbound Turtle. Welcome in. Captain Chris made it to work. I did all my stuff. Now it's time for streaming. Captain Chris, glad you made it to work safe. Welcome on in. We're going to take the MD-11 into a crazy airport here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and preset this to 200 feet. We're almost ready to get going here. I just want a 200-foot, hey, get ready to land. Even though it's going to be mostly a visual landing, just 200 feet ready to land. Okay, radios. Lobiz says there's no CTAF here, so it's 122.8. 122.8. Oh, and you need to come over here, and you'll need to turn on VHF1 and turn the radio on if you're going to hear anybody. Yes, we are not expecting butter. No butter on this one at all. It will not be a butterful landing. It will be slam it onto the ground and hope we can stop before we run out of runway. No ATC. So I'm going to... let's do... 0007. Because, you know, 007, right? All right, I don't know that this is going to actually work unless this is working. Let's try. So 2038, 2038. Oh, you got to click it first. Then do 2038. Two, 0, 3, 8. Insert. Okay, our gross weight is on the load sheet. Our gross weight is 287.5. 287. Enter. Our fuel is 40.5. And the SAT, the temperature, it's either going to be over here. So it looks like it's 32 degrees Celsius. You'll also get that on the METAR. So it's 32, a bit warm. And then the next page, this is going to give you all of your descents. I don't usually bother with this. There's a little bit too much math. So climb is 250, 320, Mach 0.82. 3-engine cruise, it's going to be at Mach 0.83. And descent is going to be 340 on the descent. Okay, so that's just basically going to give us those numbers there. We'll do squishy math for landing. I think it's time to go. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's go and look at the cheat sheet first and see how we're doing. Okay, flight director's toga button. Load sheet is in. Takeoff performance. We have not done performance. Yeah, we did performance. So performance charts are stacked. We're not going to do coordinates. We're not going to do that. Initial heading. It's time to leave. So let's go back to ground. And we're going to do jetway. There goes the jetway. There goes the jetway, looking good. Let's see. APU should be up and running. We're going to hit the turn off ground power. That looks good. Chocks and ground power. My parking brakes are on. I'm going to lose my chocks. Sometimes trying to get rid of the chocks is hard. There we go, and close that. All right, all that is good. Let's get the flight engineer to do our engine start checklist.
Going through the engine startup flow. One moment, please, Captain.
Doors, galley power, bleed panel.
Captain, happy to report that the aircraft is now set to your specifications.
All right, let's go and just make sure we have pneumatic pressure. And we have pneumatic pressure. We can start the engines. How about that? After start, let's go and see if GSX will push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. Okay, we've got a walker over here. I'm going to wait for the walker to get out of the way. And I'm also going to wait and make sure that I don't cut off the southwest that's over there too. There's a FedEx over there. I'll bet that's Russ flying the A300. Or maybe it's JSG Droid. Somebody is flying an A300 cargo line for us today. If you're a little worried, import the flight from SimBrief and we can track here. Notion Aviation just hit follow. Welcome aboard. There's our route, and that should be good. That way we can track ourselves. I think we're almost ready to go. Let's go and start squawking. And transponder. We are squawking mode Charlie. JSG Droid is actually visible today. So JSG Droid did not bring a cloaking device, which is unusual. Notion Aviation, thank you for some nice cheers too. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the cheers. Welcome, welcome. And Green says, yes, indeed, that was JSG Droid. I'm going to do seatbelts. Cabin seatbelts are on. We're going to go nose right, tail left. Okay, are we ready to get out of here? I'm going to do anti-collision lights up here. Shall we depart? Parking brakes off. We have the engine start checklist done. Loviz flew the Raleigh-Durham event last night in honor of JSG Droid. If you're new to the spy flight, JSG Droid has not had the best of luck flying in the Raleigh-Durham area. Let's start engine number 3. And engine number 3 is starting. Yay! So when there was a time way back that JSG Droid was flying around Raleigh-Durham, and ATC, quite frankly, forgot JSG Droid, and JSG Droid almost got to go to Washington National. One time, you must fly to Croatia, to your place, your parents' place. Have you got a special route that you like in Croatia for us to fly, Joker Allen? What's a good route? Parking brakes are set. Engine number 3 is going. Engine number 2 start. Engine number 1, I mean. Nico flies Denmark. In Croatia, Nico says that, am I going to say this right? Zagreb? That's a good one? Fuel. Good start on engine number 1. One person doing a cold and dark video on this airplane said there's only one way to start this. And as it turns out, there were all sorts of different ways to start the engine order on this. 17, 18, 19, 20, and fuel. Holy cats! Airplane started rolling. My brakes won't hold. My brakes aren't holding. That's a problem. Okay, brakes seem to be a problem here. Okay, now they're holding. That was weird. Okay, did we disconnect everybody? Yeah, we did. Good. After start checklist. After start. Autocomplete. And did we do set bugs? Let's just make sure that's done. APU engine start, after start. We've decided it's going to be flaps. Flaps are going to be 10. Make sure that your flaps are set correctly. Flaps are 10. All of that looks good. Auto brakes to RTO. And anti-skid will pop on later. I think it's ready. Let's try and taxi. All right. Parking brakes off. Let's see. Liberia traffic. Clipper 441 is a very, very big L1011. Just pushed it back from stand 2, taxiing to runway 25. Liberia.
Line up procedures. Yep, doing that now. Did my job. Got that flow all set for you.
Okay, so we're going to make a big old left turn to get on course. Okay, we're looking pretty good here. Lineup checklist is done. Should have done a taxi light. Liberia traffic. Clipper 441 is lining up and taking off on runway 24. Liberia. Let's go. All right, I would like to arm. I'm going to arm heading. And I'm going to arm vertical speed. I'm going to go, and after takeoff, I would like about 210 knots, please. Almost ready to go. There we go. I think we're ready. Okay, let's see if we can keep this thing going. Our wheels are all pumped up. That's good news. Actually, I think the A300 is a really sensible airplane for this flight. All right, let's go ahead and do landing lights. Landing lights are set. Lineup checklist is done. Let's get ready to rumble. It doesn't like something. Not sure what. Let's go with it. Oh, I'll bet it was takeoff trim. I didn't set trim.
80 knots.
Yep, it was trim.
Rotate.
AP. I'm going to go downrange just a little bit. It's a big jet. Speed's coming up nicely.
Flaps 4.
Okay, it's descending. I would rather not descend. There's like mountains up there. And let's go 180 south. There's 180. We're going to do our big old loop-de-loop. Liberia traffic. Pan Am Clipper Flight 441 is now clear of runway 25. Doing a big turn to the south over the runway and departing to the north. Happy landings, Liberia. Zero 90.
Captain, that last flow is done. Aircraft is set.
Hey, we took off and we didn't even scratch the paint. I don't think we ran out of runway space or anything. Depending upon the spacing, be prepared to hold at Tango Golf 050 or over the TNT VOR, okay? I'll look at spacing in just a second. I'm going to continue my turn to 360. And now we're going to go ahead and try and get on the VOR here and just go straight north. And we'll fly. We're about 5 miles out. You can see we're doing our big little circle here. We'll come right over the Liberia BOR and out and about. So we're doing pretty good here so far, but of course, as usual, the day is young and my checklists are now done, so that's useless too. Climb is going pretty good. And now what we'll do is just continue at this point here until we center this up and out we go. Manafee, good to see you. 2 more exams to go. Right on. Good job, Manafee. Congratulations. Imagine some are flying the RNAV and only the L1011s. I would imagine so. Yeah, hey, if I could, I would be doing the RNAV. That's the one that's a lot more fun. That's like flying down the trench of the Death Star in Star Wars. Okay, and we should be flying. Okay, you'd see over here the VOR. We're flying right past the VOR right now. So I'm going to go and flip it to the new frequency, which is 112.1, 112.1. And we're not picking up anything. Oh, okay. Let's go back to 112.8. And that'll give us an outbound until we're picking up the new VOR. We're not doing the next VOR. If you want to be daring, you could do the visual on the RNAV track. We could, and if the weather's good enough, I might be just crazy enough to do that. Okay, get my speed up to 210, please. To 250. Speed 250. Flaps up.
Flap 0.
Oh, we missed the turn. We missed the turn. And now we're waiting for our other VOR to kick in. Let's see. Manaphy was doing, that's the Orlando Executive Jet Tower, right? Okay, we're doing pretty good. Passengers are happy. All the passengers down in the Spy Lounge are enjoying beverages and food. And now we're waiting for our next VOR to pop online. There's 250 knots. Life's good there. It is a nice looking jet, isn't it? It's pretty cool. All right, now we're centered up there, so heading straight up. And we're going to wait for our next VOR to pop in. Loviz says that the winds are calm and there's just scattered clouds. So if we want to make this kind of visual, we could. If we want to live real dangerous like. And that's of course why we're here flying this, isn't it? So I say get IAC, RNP runway 20 and be ready for action. Because we're going to try and follow this thing around maybe. So over the Toncontin VOR, 8,000 feet. And just fly the visual around here. So after Toncontin at 8,000 feet, we fly a big old loop-de-loop around here and try and pop out at 6,780 feet. And then it's just visual for the runway. Visual for the runway. No sign of my next VOR. I'm done with that airport ground chart. Over on the en route charts, we're looking pretty good. And we're going to probably need to turn over here a little bit. Coming up on 10,000 feet. Let's see. Mr. Flight Plan said we are doing our flight today at Mach 0.83. Okay. 10,000 feet. Landing lights off. Taxi light off. Seat belts off. There's only 5 people back there. And 270 on the speed. This is actually the same kinds of speeds and profile that I'll take off when I'm flying the CRJ, you know, or other non-RNAV, non-VNAV airplanes. And it works pretty good most of the time. Not all the time. Let's see. Did we get pressurization set? I don't know if this airplane actually cares about pressurization. I think we'll just leave it alone today. Let's see. Buckeye said to hydrate 58 minutes ago. I think I forgot to do that, Buckeye. Thank you. That's right. We will blow up your chances of landing, Manaphy. Good old TNT. 12,000 feet. And we'll probably turn back over. How about 340? 335. Yeah, 340. And we're kind of coming up on our little magenta line there, so we're doing pretty good there. Hey, look at this. We're picking up our new VOR. So you see over here, it says 70 miles. So the other VOR is up. Let's go and tune that in. So the other VOR was 120.1. 120.1. Okay, with that, what we'll do is we're all set up and we're going in that general direction. So we may need to turn just a little bit over here. And now I'm going to hit the localizer button, on the VOR button, and it should track to the VOR for me. So that's good. Now we can concentrate on our next VOR, which is the Toncontin VOR 112.3. So 112.3 is over here. And we'll wait till we pick up on the VOR. So we're 60 miles out. We'll probably have to, we're probably going to have to, track outbound for a while. Over on the menu page, there is the last thing we did was the climb, and the climb is set. So we're good to go there. Nothing to worry about on ground. The load sheet's clear. We'll just leave this one on en route for a while. And we're basically direct to our next VOR. Let's see. There's a landing perf page. So let's see. Landing elevation. The landing elevation here at Toncontin is... It's hard to read. Lower, it's 3,307 feet. 3,307 feet. Enter. Now the cheap way to do your landing weight is to just go over here and get your landing weight. So it's 273.7. 273.7. Okay, so that looks good. Let's go ahead. Runway is dry. Anti-skid's going to be on. And so our VAP speed is going to be 132 plus a few. Let's call it 135 because it's easier to remember. So we're good to go with that. And now we just get to cruise for a bit. 51 miles, and that's looking good. Let's see, Mach 0.8 something for our cruise. We'll wait till we get to about Mach point. Ooh, transition. What is the transition coming in? TRL is 2,000 feet. I'll just go ahead and reset the altimeter now. $2,992, altimeter's reset. And the weather at Toncontin says it is MHTG. MHTG and search. And Loviz already told us that the winds are just variable at 2 knots. Visibility's good, scattered clouds. 32 degrees, the altimeter is 2997, so we're all pretty good there. High speed bird. All right, that looks great. Climb is going pretty good still. We're not climbing at warp factor 10, but that's okay. Let's see how spaced out we are. Okay, well, it looks as though I'm right on top of somebody. Okay, so that Southwest took off after me. Their ground speed is 421 knots. My ground speed is 386. I'm not going to worry about that airplane, but I do want to make sure that I leave enough room for FedEx 1959 to get past me. Uh-oh, some people are already ready to go. OMD Flight 418 is already on, probably just passing Thor's Twins on Red Route 1. And EAL is Loviz making the turn as well. Loviz is going to do a single lap over TMT to give the aircraft ahead of you. Okay. So we're all looking pretty good here. And so I'm going to try and position myself between the Southwest that just passed me and the JSG droid who's in an A300 behind me. And probably climb a little faster here. Without losing speed. It's going to do a CRJ flight after this. Let's see. Oak City is up. Dallas is up. Let's see. Vegas is up. LA Center is up. Fort Lauderdale is up. It's a little bit early for the rest of that, so. I think that is the Southwest flight that just passed us like we were standing still. Yeah, that's a Southwest flight that took off. So yeah, there's the Southwest. We don't need the top menu on now. 24, looking good. All right, so now what we got to do is we've got to do our squishy math about our top of descent. Russ, that is Russ. Russ will do a 360. Russ, you're in the Southwest. If you're in the Southwest, keep your speed up because I'm slower than you are right now. And that means once I get halfway between you and JSG Droid, we'll be fine. There'll be plenty of room, so you don't have to do a big 360. Hi, Brenton. Welcome aboard. Okay, so what we need is we need our altitude over the TNT VOR. And that's going to be 8,000 feet. Okay? So we're going to go to flight level 340. Is that what we're doing today? Flight level 340. So squishy math says minus 8,000 times 3 divided by 1,000 means I need 78 miles. So 78 miles to get to that altitude. Now, because it's squishy and everything else, I add about 25. So when I'm 100 miles from the TNT VOR, I'm going to start my descent down to TNT. Loviz is now thinking that maybe it's too hazy and we need to switch to the VOR. You know what? I was about ready to start making chicken noises and stuff like that, but I think that that's probably the smart thing to do. If it's hazy and stuff, yeah, you need to do that. Me, on the other hand, you know, I had a couple of days off. I'm fleeing. Yeah, you're gonna fly to TNT and make up your mind then. There you go. Okay, we're about ready to fly over the VOR. So sync your heading and go back to heading hold. We're going out on the 334. There we go. And let's do a turn to 334. Jim is going to do LA to San Francisco today. Okay, that sounds like a good flight. And now what we're doing is we're waiting for the TNT VOR to appear. We may need a little more of a turn here. Captain Whip, I usually take my top of descent mileage off my sim brief. Minus that from the total distance puts okay. So you're probably getting a much better distance than, you know, my squishy math. Loviz says the hold's looking good. So Loviz is over on the hold here. There's Loviz's hold. Very nice. Oh, coming up here. Okay, so 33,000. So look, I usually take my top of descent off my sim brief, minus that from total distance, and put that into. I take my top of descent mileage minus top of descent from the total distance. And you're talking about putting that in here, right? Okay, that all looks pretty good. We're at flight level 340. And I'm going to increase this up a little bit to hold about Mach point. But what did we say? The flight plan called for. The flight plan said 0.83. So we have to speed up a little bit. How about, let's see what 280 looks like so we don't. And what Captain Whip is saying is what we should start doing is taking our top of descent here and subtracting that from your full distance and put that in there to get your top of descent there. So this would be 42 minus our total distance, and that would be, I might be totally messing that up, probably make it harder than it has to be. So that would be 42 minus 231, and you would put that in there. Low-vis is going to do the VOR. Okay, so low-vis at 92 is what Captain Whip says. There's my 8. How about 285? So what I'm waiting, though, for is TNT to show up. Captain Whip says 92. Okay. So low-vis says it's way too hazy for us, a non-RNAV airplane, so we need to come in here. Okay, so if that's the case, we need to be at 8,000 feet. Before TNT, right? 8,000 feet out here. It's 9,000 feet right here, though. Above 9,000 feet, above, for seven miles out, we want to be 8. And then 6.5 on your turn. And maybe a few degrees over here to keep us centered up. 8.1. And how are we looking here? Well, not so bad going out. Not so bad going out. This is 129 nautical miles out. I think I'd better start down. Okay, I think I better start down. Higher than 9,000 if you're entering the hold. Okay, that's what that 9,000 was. Thanks, JSG Droid. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about there. Okay, so let's go and do an initial descent to 9,000 in case I have to orbit once or twice too. So let's go to 9 in case of a hold. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to reduce to 270. And I'm going to do vertical speed. And down we go. Curly Air, we're thinking of doing CRJ ops in SoCal. Here we go. Oh boy, am I glad I decided. So 77 miles, we got to move like we got a purpose. Okay, first of all, let's come on over here. And the VOR is 112.3. 112.3. All right, we're good to go there. And that's to the VOR. I'm going to turn it back over to the VOR and let it manage it there for me. And I'm going to reduce my speed even more. And increase my rate of descent even more. All right, so all of this looks good. After the TNT VOR, we should be seeing the runway. Famous last words, right? Okay, all of this looks really good. The METAR says the altimeter is 2997 and the TRL here is 20,000 feet. I'm going to do that right now. Just because I'm busy. 2997 menu and descent checklist.
Copy, descent flow going through it.
Hi Jimmy boy, thanks for coming in. I hope you're doing good.
Captain, got that flow done. Back to you.
All right, descent checklist is done, and then it's the approach checklist. Okay, for all 5 passengers, we'll do seatbelts. A little bit soon, but we're going to be busy campers. And let's have a look at our spacing here and see how we're doing. Not bad. Okay, there's Southwest 209. Oh my gosh, Russ, you really slowed down. Okay, so I need to keep my speed up right now because Russ really slowed down. JSG Droid, I might slow down just a little bit too. But I'm going to keep my speed up. So I don't think I need to be prepared for the hold. I'm going to go to 8,000 feet. And that's going to be 7 miles DME is when we want to be there. All right, so this looks good. We are 56 miles out. Now let's have another quick look here and just see what's happening around here. Okay, it looks like SoCal is the best place to do some flying. Let's see, Vegas is up, Burbank is up. We could depart. We're going to do a CRJ commuter flight. SNA is up, so we don't have to go to the big airports. If you want to do cargo, there's Ontario. So we could do Burbank or John Wayne out to Vegas in the CRJ. And there'd be full ATC there. All right, up here, auto brakes disarmed. And yes, we will turn them back on. Our landing date is the same. We're going to call it 1:35. Joker has got to go to sleep in tomorrow. Hard work again and have a good stream. Thank you for coming in. Peace out. Thanks for coming by, Joker Allen. First flight tomorrow is something to do with Frankfurt, as it always is. Not sure what we'll do. We'll figure out some trouble to get in. There's 25,000 feet, 45 miles out. Let's see what squishy math says. So 25,000 feet minus 8,000 feet times 3 divided by 1,000. I still need 51 miles to get there. I have 43. Let's increase our rate of descent just a little bit. And I'm going to start reducing my speed to 210 because we're getting pretty close here, actually, for a really big monster jet like this. Take care, Joker Allen. Thank you for coming in. Good luck with your busy day tomorrow. Okay, our speed is kind of slowing down just a little bit, but not much. Yeah, we're losing some speed, so that's nice. Now then, do we have placarded speeds for flaps? Yeah, we do. So 250 knots for 4. So 250 is, we can start going flaps there. There's a little bit below 250. I say
flaps 4.
Because low vis is going around. Low vis is going around? Uh-oh, that's scary. I may be a little high here. Okay, we're 30 miles out. I'm going to continue to have this decelerate to 180. Low vis got lost in the clouds. Let's do another quick check and see how our space is right now. So low vis is going around. I should slow down a little bit. Southwest 209 and FedEx 1959 look really good, but we all might want to plan on a loop-de-loop hold. I'm going to go to 9,000 because low vis is going around, and might need a little bit of extra room. So I'm going to go ahead and go there. Good afternoon, Matt. I'm feeling good today to be flying the L1011. Actually, it's gotten a couple of nice updates, and you can do some good basics with this. There is 210, and we can go flaps 10 here.
Flaps 10.
It is a lot of work. Well, you know, airplanes that are a lot of work is kind of fun. Okay, altimeters are checked and set. All of that looks really good. Passenger signs are good. I'm going to get some lights on. I know it's a little early, but this is a high airport. 20 miles out. Yeah, we're going to definitely need to do some loop-d's here. So the hold at Toncontin. Inbound is 019, outbound is 199. Loviz says, no, I'm going to resequence behind JSG Droid. I hope that doesn't mess you up with your fuel. Okay, 8,000 feet there, so we're going to just continue to do the approach. I am 20 miles out. Speed's coming down nicely. Uh, 225 for flaps 14. I think we can do flaps 14.
Flaps 14.
I'm trying to get to about 180 right now, and that looks good. All right, let's try and do this again. One last check. 14123 minus 8123 times 3 divided by 1,000 is I need 18 miles to do this. I've got 19. We're actually looking pretty good. Loviz says if the PFB allows a refueling. We love refueling. Just ask Thalo and the really cool pilots from the Starfighters. All right, inbound course on this one is 019. Okay, there's our inbound course. And we're 15 miles out. We're supposed to be at 7. Okay, I see where we are right now. All right, so all that looks good. Toncontin traffic, Pan Am 441 is a big old L1011. We are 14 miles from the TNT VOR, setting up for a visual runway to Toncontin. What could possibly go wrong? JSG Droid is going to enter the hold at TNT at 11,000 feet. Okay, so now we know where JSG Droid is. We need to figure out where Loviz is going to be and where Russ is going to be on the hold. Dave, up. Might want to turn your radios on. It's an any builds. You mean turn them on down here? I did. So I've turned them on down here. Did I forget another set of turn on the radios? I heard somebody on it. I've got my radios on up here. Did I forget another set of them? Loviz did not hear me. We don't have radios down here, right? VHF is on. VHF 1, the microphone is on. And everything else. I'm not transmitting here at all. What did I forget on the radios? Okay. I did something wrong. The radios are up here in the upper left-hand panel. Upper right. Yeah, these over up here, right? Master radios, essential and number 2. I've turned them both on. So I'm now officially a menace in the sky. Ooh, 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 what are you doing, airplane? You're gonna kill me. Auto throttle. I don't have any connection. I can't do anything with that. Okay, there's 8,000 feet. And how we doing here? And what do we do? 8,000 feet out there at F. I'm now officially a little bit high. I think we're going to have to fly the airplane. Okay, what's our speed again? Our speed again for landing is going to be 135 to land. There's our turn, gear going down. Yeah, something's wrong with my autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane.
Flaps 18. Flaps 22.
Yeah, the trigger does not, I can't talk on the radio or listen. Auto brakes max. I got the runway. Oh, holy cats, there's somebody coming in right in front of me. I don't think they're going to make it.
Pull up.
Oh my gosh, there's that walker. There's that walker. And that's a 777 that somebody brought in here. Holy moly, a 777. That is pretty impressive that somebody brought the 777 in here too. Although I think we've done that. It was a little bit heavy, minus 782. I still don't know how I screwed up my radios though. Okay, clear of the runway. Sorry, I've got to figure out what's going on. That walker is great. Look at that. So there was one airplane that looked like it was on a go-around. I don't know if it was that one or not. Okay, that looks good. Now then, let's see what's going on with this radio while we're taxiing in. Let's see. Come on over here. After landing. So let's see here. I've got my radio here. 122.8. 122. We'll just go over on this one. 0.8. I've got these radios on over there. And I've got the master radios on. There's nothing down here to turn on, right? Nope, there was nothing down here to turn on. It's just these other radios up here. But here, look at the upper right-hand panel of my V-Pilot. I don't have any control over any of my radios now. So I can't see anything. Pauliot was here earlier. So something's really weird about my V-Pilot that failed. You're right, it was a little heavy for sure, but not bad. But I heard somebody talking on the radio after I left. After we left Liberia, I heard somebody on the radio. I don't think I'm going to get past this airplane. Look at how big that airplane is here. I'm told that they don't fly anything else in here anymore except personal jets, you know, biz jets and stuff. Am I underneath the tail of that airplane? I think I'm going to take part of that tail off. Shh, don't tell anybody. Let's see if we can just get underneath this airplane over here. Nope, I'm a bad pilot. I'm a bad pilot. We have a problem. I've damaged the walker. Okay, let's see. FedEx 1959 is in the hold. Eastern 120, that's Russ. Southwest 209, I think is going. No, Southwest 209, I think is in the RNAV. On the RNAV arrival here. So we'll keep an eye out for the Southwest that's coming around. That's going to be Russ over there. If we do a diagonal parking here, I think we'll keep out of people's way. It's definitely hot. I bet this is pollen haze and probably pollution haze here. Sunjammer says yellow cards, Charles Yerkes. Oh, at least you got a pint of beer in there, though. And Sherlock Holmes. And we're keeping an eye out for Russ in the southwest. Russ hasn't landed yet. Okay, that gets my wing pretty much out of the taxiway. The pint is to calm the passengers down. Well, they certainly need that, don't they? Parking brakes are on. Engine. We'll leave one on. After landing checklist says the APU is on, so we can turn off that other engine too. That was not bad, except for something weird with VPilot. And the walker says that that might be something else for me to check. Seatbelts. Oh, landing lights. I'm blinding everybody. Anti-collision and strobes. All right, let's see if we can see. I think the southwest is coming around here. So let's go and get the drone cam. The pint was to calm everybody down. Hey, Landy, welcome aboard. If you notice, the landing gear lever was in the up position when you landed and then when it went down. I've noticed that every now and then with this airplane, sometimes I will put my landing gear down. The lever doesn't go, but you saw the wheels were going down. So when I saw the wheels going down, I figured we were safe. And now we're looking for a Southwest 737. But Sunjammer, the passengers definitely need the pint to calm them down. Looks like either the Eastern Airlines is coming in or the Southwest. Okay, there we go. There's one coming in right over there. That might be the Eastern flight. So you can see that airplane over there. They're kind of off the runway. Unless they've got a, unless the Southwest has got another scenery. It could be that Russ has a different scenery than I have. If it is, it's a seriously bad scenery. Southwest 209 is going around. FedEx 1959's in the hold. Eastern 120 is going around again. So I don't know if that was a bad scenery or something like that. It almost looked like the walker ahead was off the side too, so it could be that I've got a different scenery. This is probably an old, I don't think it's a payware. So let's see, FS add-on compare. Loviz, you were going to hit Russ on that one? Okay, let's see, Toncontin, MHTG. There is a Phoenix Project Max Airport. Extreme changes, enhanced scenery. This was over at Sim Market. It could be that, yeah, this is probably what I've got. I probably got this one. Sim Market's gotten insanely slow. Nope, this is not mine. Well, there's a Pizza Hut nearby. I don't think I've got a Pizza Hut. MHTG. MHTG. There's a Toncontin enhancement. I know I loaded something in here. I almost think this is it right here. I may have this. Let's see. Is anybody else coming in right now? Okay, so let's see. There's the Southwest over there. FedEx 120. FedEx 820 is already at the gate. Where is everybody else? Okay, there's 1959 and there's Low-Vis. Low-Vis is coming out right now and JST Droids. Low-Vis says this is the custom scenery is what we're using. I thought I loaded one in though. Because that would explain why Russ was off and why that Walker seemed to be off too. Because I did load in some sort of a scenery for this. MHTG. This is a scenery KZ Airport, Toncontin. The creator was KAZE. It's version 1.4. And that's about all I know about it. So it was somebody called KAZE that made the Toncontin Airport, and that's what it is that I loaded in for this flight today. So I'm using something else that somebody else might be using. Landy says that was an old scenery from the TO sites. Probably something that they're not using anymore. Or something like that. I'm just looking to see if I can find the original file so we know what it is. Maybe I shouldn't be using that anymore. Maybe that should not be used. I can't find the original file, so I must have gotten rid of that a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Okay, well, this airplane did pretty good. Well, wait a minute. Maybe it was that one scenery that we looked at here. Maybe it's this one. MHTG. Who does it say it's by? It's 2 years old. Version 1.4. Those are you. KAZ, this is it. Good night, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming in today. Hey, have a really great evening, Sunjammer, and a good Finally Friday. This is indeed it. So this is the one that I was using. I've just put a link in there if you want it. So there's the Toncontin scenery that I was using. Version 1.4, I think this is the version that I'm using. So there you go. That's the scenery that you can go and get from the TO. It's free if you would like that one. I don't know how big that changes everything. Oh, this is interesting. They've got a real picture here in the upper right-hand corner. So real picture and then this airplane's picture. Default, probably worth your time to grab this. Real pictures, default pictures, trees. Well, I'm glad we figured that out. There's the Southwest that came in, so Russ made it. And the Southwest is over there. Okay, let's see who else is coming in. It looks like FedEx 1959 is doing the loop-de. So this is an A300. Nope, I think that might be a go-around. See the airplane up there in the middle of the screen? I think somebody's going around. Okay, Eastern Flight 120 is on the VOR arrival. That's going to be low-vis. So low-vis is going to be coming straight at us. And I think that's low... Nope, that's a spot on the monitor. Very embarrassing. I actually cleaned the monitors the other day. Seems a little bit soon to have spots on them again. Well, I had a couple of sneezes. It's allergy season now. But I don't usually look at the monitor. I don't know where those spots came from. Okay, low-vis is awfully close here. Oh, there's low-vis. There's low-vis. I think low-vis has the same scenery too. Okay, I think low-vis was able to stop just fine. So now we've got one last spy going around the turn, and that's going to be FedEx 1959, and it's just going down. It looks like JSG Droid is going to do the big circle. Green, yeah, there was a little bit of room to spare. I will say that after the after doing that circle to land that we normally do, the VOR for this airport is a piece of cake. It's a real piece of cake on this. Okay, so we've probably got about 3 minutes for JSG Droid to make it around. Let's go and do another check of what's happening around LA. LA is still up. We've also got Atlanta up now. And we've got a couple of other areas. Dallas and Oak City are up, but they're just ground in ATIS. Let's see. We've also got Vegas Approach or Nellis Approach up there. So let's see. We could do CRJ hop from Vegas over to Burbank or down to Orange County. I think we've got airports for both Burbank, Orange County, and Vegas. We can see if there's any real flights that do that. So KLAS, Vegas. How about KBUR? Burbank. Spirit, JSX, and Southwest flies a 737 on this one. Captain Chris is off. Okay, Captain Chris. Stay safe out on the ramp. Watch out for crazy people. So there's a Southwest flight if Tim Dog wants that. The other one that we were thinking about is KSNA, John Wayne. Okay, they've got Breeze. So Breeze, Southwest Flight, and a Spirit is what they have. Oh, you're off to the Orange County. Oh, I thought you were going outside. Loviz says that was painful. It looked like it, but again, you stuck the landing really pretty good. And I saw you made that first taxiway. So that one was really good. Here comes FedEx 1959. Okay, just passing Thor's Twins on Red Route 1. And starting the final turn, it's probably a little bit easier in JSG Droid's plane, because JSG Droid's plane is RNAV capable, and these things are not RNAV capable. After the second go around, Lobiz was just hand flying it. Oh, the L1011, yeah, there just comes a point with the older airplanes where the autopilot just is not your friend. It's not going to work for you at all. Let's see while we're waiting for JSG Droid, what airports we might have. So KBUR and KSNA. We've all got a great Vegas. So a really nice Vegas is looking good. Still wondering what happened with the radio. Right now it's Vegas to maybe Burbank or John Wayne, and I was in a commuter as we wait for JSG Droid to come around here. Okay, let's see what we got, if we have anything for these. KBUR, Burbank. We do have a scenery. It's a Hippo Airport scenery for Burbank. And then KSNA. And that's John Wayne Airport. We've also got a John Wayne Airport too. Doesn't say what it was. It's from Freaky D. Freaky D. Don't do the Burbank scenery. It causes WASM crashes. Ooh. KBUR. Let's go over and turn this off. And then what we want to do is for the Burbank, is we want to go there and we're going to go set custom data, do not use. I can't delete it right now, but I can just put in do not use in the description and I will see to never use that. So I guess John Wayne. So Las Vegas, LAS, VEGAS, KLAS to John Wayne. So that's Orange County and KSNA. I'm going to update the next command. Loviz says it's a fun route. Vegas to Orange County. You could take any airplane that you want. I'm going to do a CRJ because I spent a lot of time with my nose in a CRJ manual yesterday. And I still got more stuff to learn. A lot more. Oh, look at that. JSG droid landing like a pro. Landing like a real pro there. Did you see that? That was a great landing. How about that? Krabi is going to be a Southwest flight. It's been ages since we last went to SNA. Vertical Sim is developing an SNA. Loviz, I think JSG Droid put butter on the runway. I think there's a ton of butter on the runway for that. That looked like a great landing. And ran to the end of the runway and is turning off nicely. Okay, very nice. I've got to figure out why that. Hopefully it works with the next one. Vertical Sim is also doing a new MCO. We had an MCO earlier. My mouse is gone. The mouse disappeared in the flight sim. Okay, I've loaded that in. That was a fun flight. I thought for me, it ended up a lot better than I thought it would. Okay, KSNA, Orange County. Visual approaches, runway 20 right in use. 20 right in use. And Vegas is departing runway 26 right, 19 right. 26 right and 19 right. Minus 110 into San Francisco. Jim had a great landing. It's PK. It's PK? Yeah, I do. Minus 508. That looked really good. Loviz says we have the taxi to gate. I'm pretty happy with the taxi to gate right now. The taxi to gate hasn't been bad at all for me. For Orlando, that's been a really nice one. No, JSG Droid, that was a great looking landing. Okay, I'm going to do a CRJ here, so I'll just do a, since there's no real CRJs that do that, I'll just do my usual suspect over here. And let's get ready to rumble here. First of all, I need to turn off and complete that flight. Okay, let's get the sim going. I believe it does. It's PK. I think it does, especially if I'm going to change airplanes. Now, if I'm going to stay in the same airplane and depart from the same airport that I just landed in, I don't bother to do a restart. But every other time I do. Flying Winnebago's calling it a night. Good night to you, Flying Winnebago. Hey, thanks for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. We will, of course, remain well behaved while you're gone. And keep the sheep off the runway. Thanks for coming in. So one of the reasons is maybe, let's say I'm in the 737 and I just landed in Vegas and now I'm going to fly the Airbus out of Dallas. It might remember some of the things from the Boeing when I get into the Airbus. Plus I change controllers and stuff. I just think it's smarter to go and just restart the sim each time you're going to do a new one. I'm just starting to close a few things, like we don't need the flight plan, and we don't need a few of the other things. And here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. Loviz has to get out and load scenery. Yeah, that's another good one. You also get out to reload your scenery and stuff. Okay, that looks really good. So here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator, and let's do a flight plan. So SimBrief. Now, one of the things I've noticed is SimBrief has been sending the CRJ up way too high. So I'm going to cruise at flight level 340, 350, and that's about it. The rest of the, I mean, it had me at flight level 40 the other day, and that was ridiculous. Loviz wants to fly the MAX. You know what, Loviz? You could fly the MAX easy on this run. Southwest probably does. I mean, there's a Southwest flight to both Burbank and John Wayne from Vegas. So that's a MAX flight for you right there if you'd like. Departure, KLAS, Las Vegas. We are going to KSNA, John Wayne Airport. And I'll stop doing John Wayne impressions because they're just bad. The secret to doing a John Wayne impression is you have to be sincere about it. That's the big thing. You have to be sincere about your John Wayne impression. And that one was actually there was an impressionist named Rich Little, and Rich Little was on one of those interview shows a long time ago, and he was asked, how come your John Wayne impression sounds so much better than anybody else? And he says, because you've got to not make fun of John Wayne. John Wayne was serious about himself, so you can't be doing, hello, Pilgrim, how you doing? I'm obviously mocking him. You have to get in his head, and that's why so few people can do a John Wayne. Jim doesn't see many, I don't see many Frontier flights either. And Lobiz says, nope, if you want to do the Southwest, it would be the 700. I'm about ready to take a United CRJ on this route. I think that if you want, you could fudge your immersion just a little bit if you want, and nobody's going to yell at you. I mean, they're going to yell at me long before they yell at you on that, so there you go. I'm going to board 15 minutes of extra fuel. 15 minutes. And we're doing the radar departure to the Disney arrival. Yep, it's a Disney arrival, JSG droid. So that's going to be a bunch of Mickey Mouse turns. You knew I was going to get goofy about the Mickey Mouse arrival, right? You could take the ERJ if I was going to be brave. I'm doing this because I spent my yesterday, part of the day, reading through flight manuals, the PDF files on this airplane. That's why I'm CRJing on this one. I could be brave if I wanted to. Okay, I think this is going to be fine. Generate. In fact, an awful lot of the flights that I was looking at yesterday used to be CRJ flights, but then flying into SNA is not a mini feat. Okay, looking good. I do find that it's better to get a flight plan PDF for the CRJ. Okay, just updated. Budapest says we ought to stretch a little bit and move around. Yeah, good idea. All right, that looks great. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. 28,000 feet for 37.28. I'm going to do 24. I'm going to do flight level 240. And file. You're it. That is the current flight plan. You got it right there. And I'm also about ready to update the title. And there we go. Title is updated. And we filed on VATSIM, right? We did. We're good to go there. Now let's go and find a place to park. United Land is down here. I think it's over in these gates over here. And let's start. I'm just going to go and make sure my Vegas did load in with the library. I haven't been here yet since I redid everything. So because of that, I just want to come over here and do KLAS Vegas. Las Vegas is installed from Fly Tampa. Good, Vegas is installed. KSNA. SNA is installed and John Wayne is working by Freaky D. I've been doing that a lot since I had to reinstall Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, I'm going to get my 550. And we don't need to configure it. Somebody stole United 1959, so you're going to do SkyWest. What? Somebody's flying a 1959. Don't they know that that is a special call sign? Okay, KLAS Vegas, Harry Reid Airport.
Bits intercepted.
Somebody did some bits. Oh, look who's back. It's Captain Sort of. Hi, Captain Sort of. Hey, thanks for some extra bits. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today.
Loyalty noted.
Thank you for being so cheerful and helping me to keep the lights on. And speaking of keeping the lights on, Urit is a resub. And Urit has been here for 15 months. Thank you for some extra support and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep all the crazy stuff going. Let's see, Tim Dog's, it is, Tim Dog, we checked it out. It is a Southwest flight, and somebody said it is a 700, Boeing 700. No, you can't take your Southwest Airbus on this one. I'm flying this route just because this is where there's ATC, and I'm doing a CRJ flight because I spent time reading the flight manual yesterday, and, you know, that's why. Yes, I actually was reading a flight manual. Tim Dog is going to be engaged in some very important business. Tim Dog's taking out the trash. Don't worry, I won't give you a bunch of garbage about it. Could leave the door open to trashy jokes, though. I'm going to try and recycle another joke for you. 3 in a row. That's pretty good, right? Yeah, there was a big hailstorm around Tim Dog's place, and I'm guessing a lot of cars got totaled by the storm, right, Tim Dog? Thanks again for the resub, Uret. Captain Sort of, thanks for some cheers. And I'm just kind of letting the airplane sit here for a second. CT Aviation has just gotten in and is off work. Welcome, CT Aviation. And here's the airplane. I'm trying to remember what the gate was. We are at gate D55. D55. All right, let's see if VATSIM will let us on. Mom's is the oldest, so it's total 2. Yours and your dad's. Car Carbon TM. I don't know that they call it the Snow Whites. I think, you know, I'm really not 100% sure anymore. I'm so out of touch with what United does. I know it's not Snow White. I think it's like the post merger is the last one that I think I remember they did. Uh-oh. This is still grayed out. Maybe it's because I haven't turned on the airplane. I did get a PDC though. That's nice. We'll turn on Elevate X. And we're good. Elevate X is up. And let's hop in the plane. So this is really cool. There's an awful lot more in the flight management computer. I was carrying on. Oh, you were doing Disney stuff. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to hit cold and dark. Open some doors. And get a jetway. All right, so right now Daniel's back in chat. Sorry I missed your Disney joke on that one. And Budapest said to stretch. We did stretch, but it was a while ago. We'll do it again. Daniel, welcome on in. So let's see, if I turn power on the airplane, maybe I'll be able to receive the radio. Maybe it's because it's off. You can see both my TX and RX are not indicating that we're on. That's a little scary here. So let's do power on the plane. I did not request ground power. Gotta have ground power. Daniel bought the 737 MAX 8. And that's Keflavik over to Greenland. All right, this looks good. That all looks great. Lights are groovy. All right, all that looks good. And I have TXRX there. So 124.95. Let's just see if we can hear something. 124.95. 124.95. Yep, I can transmit now. Something must have just gotten hung up the last time. Okay, so we're going to go and clear these guys. And the flight management computer, there is so much more in here than I ever knew. So let's see. Navigraph database is good. Next page. Position in it, I mean. We are at KLAS Vegas. We are at gate Delta 55. Delta 55. It knows Delta 55. I'm going to go to page 2. Grab a GNSS page. Pop this back in here. And that goes on there. Come down here and do nav and nav. Although I think I'm doing that a little bit backwards. I think you turn on the nav first and then you do the aligning. I think you do it that way. Kaizen Racing 1 is in chat for the first time. Welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. And then you've got 3 extra pages. So one of the things to do with this airplane is look in the upper right-hand corner in the flight management And just look at all the different pages that you've got. So page 2, those are GNSS. There's another one, and this is going to give you a time to alignment. So 5 minutes, 5.4 minutes for alignment, which is good. I usually put the radio on this side over here. Jim is going to call it a night. Good night, Jim. Thanks for coming in. I don't think I can have an Airbus hat. Good night, Jim. Thanks for being here. Happy Thursday, almost Friday, almost weekend. We'll see you soon. So yeah, this works now really nicely too. Flight plan is so easy. Yes, you can bring it in, but you know what? Plugging in waypoints on this one is just really, really nice. I do suggest though going over here and getting the current flight plan in PDF format. Jim, we'll see you for Frankfurt Friday. I haven't figured out if we're going or coming or what we're going to do, but Frankfurt Friday, something in or out. Hit import, and that just brings it in here, and then we can do some charts. And the charts app on this thing, I'd forgotten about a couple of things that you can do with charts, which is really cool. Origin, KLAS. KLAS is Vegas. We're going to KSNA. KSNA. Our alternate is KSAN. San Diego. We are 441. And our first waypoint is Silver. SLVRR. SLVRR. Put that in there. Our next waypoint is Feyla. F-E-Y-L-A. F-E-Y-L-A. Feyla. And that's it. Done. Hit execute. Now we can come over here and get the flight plan to load in, and we can start stacking some charts here. We're over on the decon course. Change it to the nighttime. Grab the airport chart. I'm going to turn off all the other plane data. And there we are over there. And the departure is going to be Raider 2. I'm guessing that's the LA Raiders. It's not radar, it's Raider, maybe. And we have an initial climb clearance of flight level 190, but I did get a clearance over here. So climb via the SID, departure frequency is no. So we are good. It's good that we check this out. So climb and maintain, flight level 190. Gotta get that in there. Otherwise, the other airplanes will laugh at you. Back a page. Coming into John Wayne, it's going to be the Disney arrival. And Disney is over here. And on the Disney arrival, we're coming in via... Oh, I didn't copy this over into my notes. We're coming in via Feyla. There's Maury, there's Feyla. So we're going to pick it up right here. And above 290 at Larson, 250, 250, 250. And we're going to come over here at Jayward. And then after that, we do a heading of 270 degrees. And the arrival for runway 20 right is an ILS. And do we pick it up from there? Yeah, we're going to pick it up and then come on in this way. Okay, that makes good sense. And at the airport, we're going to do airport, parking spots, and everything's good. Now, this is something I forgot about this airplane. This airplane and the charts app. So you can see this is just our basic, overall. It's not a real chart, but remember the little things up here off to the side, the little magnifying glasses, there's an A and B magnifying glass. Watch what happens when I hit the B button. Now you can see we've got our, it zooms us all the way in, and it gives us this really great parking gate chart. I'd totally forgotten that it's so neat. It really is. Will just gifted a sub to Kaizen Racing, and Will just arrived. Hi, Will. Thank you for gifting a sub. Good to see you. We are at Vegas going to John Wayne. I had totally forgotten. That is probably one of the most valuable buttons that you've got. It really is. I just like that a lot. And now we've also got over here, we got a great stack of charts in the order that we need them. This is really neat on this one. So let's see, what else did our clearance say? Altitude 240, squawk is, cleared the radar departure, transition, climb via the SID, departure frequency is, advised spot number and ATIS for taxi. Push and starts on us, we'll call for taxi. Sounds good. So our departure, I'm gonna guess it's 26 right. And 26 right, we make a little turn and out we go. That's easy enough. Let's do departure and arrival. Departure. Page 2. 26 right. Page 2. Radar 2. Radar 2. And we're coming out at Silver. There's Silver. And execute it. Departure and arrival. At Orange County, we're expecting the ILS runway 20 right. We're coming in via the Disney arrival. We pick it up at Fela. And then we have Sager or SLI, which is Seal Beach, I believe. And I don't think we're doing either one of those. So over at Disney, so at J-Word, there's Seal Beach over there. So we know it's not Seal Beach. Or gotta make seal sounds, right? And now let's look at the other one. So there's Seal Beach. And I don't think we're doing the oh, there's Sager over there. I don't think that we want any of those. Loviz says a lot of the time you should expect to get the RNP Zulu for Tier 0 right. Let's go and get that chart just in case we need it. So approach, Loviz says RNP Zulu for 20 right. The RNP Zulu. Okay, there's Cleaver. We're not doing Cleaver or Mini. Bonvi, Derek. I'm just going to look at the Yankee real fast. Nothing special about that. I'm going to go and leave the chart in there, but we may not need it. Okay, all this looks good. So I'm going to do vectors for the moment, and we may have to change it. Cool. Flight plan. Page 2. Disney, Fela, discontinuity. There's all of our waypoints. And there's a vectors in here, so you can go close the route discontinuity because your vectors will still be in there. Now, in other airplanes, some of you don't want to close a discontinuity, but in this one, it's okay to do that. All right, looking good. Flight plan and performance. Flight level 240. 24123. And altitude, alternate cruise altitude. That you're going to find on page 2, and it's flight level 150. Now let's come over and load the airplane. Performance. And I load with passengers, so 40 passengers. That's good. I don't put anything in the forward cargo, aft cargo. It's going to be 100. And that should give us a zero fuel weight, close to 23.4. I've got 24.2. I call that close enough. 3153 is our fuel. 3153 is our fuel, and enter. And now we'll set the payload in the simulator. I'm going to copy the data into the FMS, and I'm going to go flaps 8. It's going to be a dry runway, set the bugs, and put it over on the takeoff page. And now you've got all of our data in over here, which is great. Let's go and execute it. Page 2 is going to be cruise winds 020 at 21 knots. 020 at 21 knots. ISA temperature deviation is plus 8 degrees. Execute that. Next page gives us an estimated time of departure. It is now 22:34. I'm going to guess 22:50. 22:50. Execute that. Now VNAV departure. It shows up here at the top, it shows a target speed. That's way too much. So I drop this down to 270 and 0.70. Especially if you're going to climb really high. So that's just way too fast. 18,000 feet is transition. Page 2 is 300 knots and Mach 0.74. Well, if we look over here in the flight plan, it said we're going to be at Mach 0.77. So instead of 7.4, it would be 0.77. I don't know. Can we just do that? Yeah, you could put 0.77 up there, and that's good. And then the last page, again, a little too fast, so I'm going to go 270. Nope, actually the opposite way. It's going to be 0.70 slash 270 to descend. Now this is mostly as a reminder to you. It doesn't automatically plug those numbers in for you. At least I haven't found out. Okay, so all of that looks good. Now we're going to go to performance, and this is where we get our flex temperature. And our flex temperature to take off today is going to be 43. So we'll flex and save some fuel. You've also got a fuel management page, and you have 3 pages of fuel management on this. How much money how much gas you're spending here on engine 1, 2, and the APU. You have basic distance, estimated time en route on page 3. A lot of really cool stuff in there. We're going to go to the MFD menu. I'm still using advisory VNAV, and then progress. Over here, we did get a squawk code, and our squawk is 5146. 5146. First frequency is Vegas approach 124.95. 124.950. Next is LA Center 126525. And frequencies are set. We're already loaded. Let's do APU. It's probably getting a little stuffy in the airplane. Open up the little flap. Doors open, and here comes the APU. Well, the APU is coming. Let's go and do our arrival. 56 246. That's about as close as you're going to get. 60. So we'll call it 60. Let's see. IQB is in chat. Hey, welcome aboard. And actually, Loviz says we're not going to be on LSV approach. We're going to go 126525. We're supposed to go right to center. We're not going to be on that one. So I'm going to flip that frequency over there. 126525. Thanks, Loviz. Call center. So the other one would be Nellis Air Force Base. And they probably don't want to hear from a United flight today. Just saying. All right. Performance is all set. Let's go back to the main page. Trim's going to be 7.3.
Oh, 695 Millie Center. Radar contact.
There we
Flight
go.
visit for now.
Hey, I'm guessing that the problem I had with the other airplane was just temporary. We can turn on a pack. So you could turn on one of the packs with the APU.
Automatic 206, South Turkey's offline, radar service, matrix, good day.
And we're going to turn off ground power because the APU is up and running. And we're going to go to aircraft.
Southwest 120 at Vegas.
I'm going to close.
Ready for taxi.
Stand by, Southwest 4264, contact SoCal approach 128.05, good day.
Over to SoCal 4264, see you.
Looking pretty good. Mountain Man, not as bad as you would have thought. I did have a problem with my V-Pilot, but I think it was only temporary. Get rid of that. Let's close the rest of our doors. Doors are closing. That looks good. Vegas is... Our altimeter is 2990.
235, contact SoCal approach 128.05, good day.
SoCal 2805, 235.
Altimeters are checked and set. That looks really good too. Okay, closed. Disconnect. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to disconnect.
Ready for taxi to runway 26 right with information Bravo.
We're going to call at 7 Alpha. Should be nice. All right, everything else is pretty good. Let's see. Departure heading is going to be too small to read. 259.
Plane 820, LA Center, runway 26 right, take me Charlie.
26 right, via Charlie, frontier flight 820.
That's 359. 259. But it wasn't so bad, Mountain Man. It actually was a pretty good airplane. We had people flying A300s in. Somebody brought in a 777. So initial climb clearance was 19,000 feet.
At 270, at Freno, cleared Atlas, Zulu, runway 26, left approach.
Okay, that looks good. I think it's time to go. Let's get GSX to push us back. GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure.
Zulu, runway 26, left approach.
At Freno, cleared Atlas, Zulu, 26, left approach.
Okay, this airplane next to us is hopping. They may be ready to go, so I'm going to wait for that airplane.
Hello from SkyWest 1959. We're pushed back at the Bravo gate requesting taxi.
That's 1959, LA Center, runway 26, right, taxi speed Charlie, altimeter 2990.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Afternoon, Delta Force DA, climbing through 15-2 for 360.
Hey, there's a CRJ over there that just pushed back.
5000, climb maintain level 360.
Sorry about the 15,000 up to 360, Delta Fox PA.
LA Center, Southwest 120, about 16 at Vegas, information Bravo, Race Taxi.
That's 120 LA Center, runway 19 left, taxi via Golf Delta, altimeter 290. Let me know if you want 26 instead.
We'll do 19 left, that's fine. Golf Delta, 19 left, and 299
Oh, Loviz gets a nice scenic
Skywest,
departure.
1959, you copy taxi instructions?
Copy taxi at 26 right via Charlie with 299.
Thanks. South 695, climb maintain level 340.
Let's go nose right, tail left.
Level 340, that's a big 55.
Release parking brakes, please.
How about the 342 vacated? 225 via Charlie.
Hydraulics. Fuel
Tech Valley
boosters.
342, welcome to Santa
Beacon.
Barbara. You either cross the runways or you good there?
Are we ready to go?
Level good.
Okay, that airplane is not moving. I say we rock and roll.
Charlie, good day.
Parking brakes off.
5 Charlie, 4 Pat Bay, 426.
Out we go.
Is clear. Start at will.
Center, Frontier Flight 820, short 26 right, Vegas, ready to go.
Center Flight 820, runway 26 right.
Menifee, yeah, I wanted to do a flight in the CRJ, so that's why. Okay, gotta turn the pack back off for a second.
Center, Southwest 4.
Starting engine 2, gotta hold it down a little bit.
Concourse, ready to taxi to runway 26 right with position
And
Bravo.
here comes that.
247,
Yeah, this would technically be GoJet, or actually probably it would be SkyWest. I think it'd be SkyWest out here. 17, 18, 19, 20. Cool.
Go direct to Laker after Cadets.
You said direct Laker after Cadets?
A firm.
Stand by.
I flipped it here.
I give you direct Laker now.
And let's try this one.
United 1426.
Please set
Yeah, we can
parking
do
brake.
direct Laker now, thank you.
Parking brakes are set.
1426 right,
Unlocking
direct Laker.
gear.
Clear direct Laker, United 1426.
Good start on that engine. We'll try 2 again. I kind of flipped it on and off. Will says beer chairs. Menifee wants to fly the E170. 16, 17, 18, 20.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Roger.
Beer chairs Will online. All right, getting a good start on that one. Good. And there goes our ground crew waving at us. Thanks, ground crew. And looks like the other United, I am not in their way, so that's good. Yay. Two good starts on our engines. We're done with the APU. And we can turn on packs, turn on air conditioning, turn on probe heat,
19 left, ready to go.
taxi, cabin call.
That's 120, runway 19 left, line of way.
Here we go.
Wait,
I'm going to get out of the way and we're going to go to a spot here. And that looks pretty good. Flaps are going to be 8.
And that was 120. Just want to build a couple more miles of spacing with you and this other guy going to John Wayne in front of you. Just another minute or so.
Not a problem, Southwest 120.
Synaptic 1, wind variable 5, runway 26 left to the land.
Oh, that's a 6 left.
Big J, so we started off in an A320 flying next to a real Flight 441. Turns out that Finnair flies Flight 441 from HELsinki to Oulu. Then we took the L1011 into Toncontin, and it was not a train wreck. And then now we're taking the CRJ from Vegas to John Wayne, Orange County.
Good afternoon, November 165 Sterling. We're finding that in March.
165 Sterling, LA Center, climb maintain, level 290, this will be your final.
Alright, 290 for final.
Center, Chicago, 1059, flight 4, It was 1959, runway 26 right, line up 08. It's just going to be a minute to get a little bit more space between you and the next John Lane guy.
Roger that, line up 26 right.
LA, very good afternoon from United 441, a CRJ at spot 8 Alpha. Information Bravo's aboard here at Vegas, requesting taxi.
441, LA Center, runway 26 right, taxi via Charlie.
26 right via Charlie for United 441. Shall we go? Looking, yeah, Big J, I think a lot of people, that's the inner taxiway. I think a lot of people are excited about the A220. That's one of the ones that the airlines are excited about. They're starting to use. So, you know, they're just taking their time, and, you know, that's okay. I'm happy that they're taking their time. It's really good for if they are taking their time, because that means it'll be a good airplane, right? Until then, we've got this, we got the E-Jet, although the E-Jet's still a little bit, I don't know, sort of iffy a little bit there. Tim Dog, yeah, Tim Dog's right. They've been working on the A220 for a long time.
7,000 for 260.
Mountain Man is ready for a 757 and a 767. I'm sure I told you, Mountain Man, there was a day a while back, I was just driving by the airport, the local airport, and I saw your company 767 taxiing by. It was so clean, such a nice brown paint job on it, and it looked like it was a brand new airplane. Just looked nice. I went back to check because it was sort of like really big, and I thought, that's not a 7.5. And sure enough, it was one of your 7.6s, and it just looked great. Brand new.
247, hold shorter runway 26 right, just need to build some space between you and the next guy.
Going ground, Naptic 01.
Naptic 01, copy, go around, turn left heading 160, climb maintain 7,000.
You've got more coming too, 7.6s? Really?
Sorry, take it for Naptic 1.
Naptic 1, turn left heading 160, climb maintain 7,000.
Left heading 160, climb maintain 7,000, Naptic 1.
Naptic 1 traffic departing runway 26 right is a CRJ7. CRJ7, he's going to southbound.
Roger.
Okay, quick check.
Vegas 1, Bravo with Bravo, looking section.
Minimum takeoff fuel is 2.6.
26 right, Charlie 4188.
I'm at 3.0. We got enough fuel to make it.
Naptic 1, expect vectors, visual 26 left.
Sure. Expect vectors 26 left. Can we get the vectors for ILS 26 left, please?
Sure, you expect.
United 1312 at spot 8 with information Bravo ready for taxi.
Yeah, 1312 LA Center, runway 26 right, taxi, Charlie.
26 right via Charlie, United 1312.
We'll just get Bravo 1 up here. think we got a southwest up here holding too. We'll just follow that southwest. Follow that airplane. We're probably going to have a little time to wait, so VATSIM events.
Alright, descend via the whole 196, 0 Foxtrot Charlie. 0 Foxtrot Charlie, transition to 260 knots. Transition to 260, 0 Foxtrot Charlie. At 1164, transition 300 knots or greater. Transition speed 300 knots or greater, United 1164. American 22, descend via Angel 4 arrival on tail altimeter 2993.
2993, descend by the Angel 4.
There is a Friday night in Bucharest event tomorrow. If we decide to depart out of Bucharest to go to Frankfurt, that'd be full ATC. We'll look and see how far that is. It shouldn't be too bad. Then again, sometimes I misjudge those things. All right, that looks good. Parking brakes on. Let's go and see how far this would be. As I recall, the Bucharest airport is also pretty good. Romania. So, Sky Vector. We are thinking LROP, EDDF. Oh my gosh, that's 700 miles. That's 700 miles. Okay, I saw another one. Riga. And let's see. Riga is EVRA.
12, turn right next taxiway, continue taxiing to Bravo.
Turn right next taxiway.
Riga is 600 miles.
I'm going to cut you in line in front of all these guys going to
Yeah, you know, I saw that we had the new Australia scenery. I did get it all set up, but we probably ought to do some Australia flying tomorrow after Frankfurt.
Cutter flight 820, maintain 300 knots or greater. 300 or greater, frontier flight 820. That was 120, maintain 280 knots.
280 knots.
Hey, Drummer, welcome aboard. But yeah, that's a good reminder, Russ. Thanks.
280 and 280 knots, Southwest 120.
I think that's Loviz departing right now. Or another Southwest. It could be JSG Droid. I think there's two Southwests there.
At 198, Oakland offline, radar service, turn back, brake change, approved, good day.
Please change excluded on 198 heavy, thank you.
Not an awful lot.
Descend via Disney 6 arrival on tail altimeter 2993, maintain 300 knots or greater. Descend via Disney 6 and 300 greater, About 2487, Alley Center, radar contact, descend via Lucky 1 arrival, Limburg altimeter 30.
Fuel is still good, but we can also check it here in performance, in fuel management.
About 247, radar contact.
And we can get all of our, time to reserves and everything. It really is pretty nicely done.
I'm saying 280, Southwest 247.
Cabin 1312, can you take that next intersection there?
Yep.
At 1312, roger, runway 26, right at Bravo 1, clear for takeoff.
6 right at Bravo 1, clear for takeoff in under 1312.
At 270, maintain 10 knots or greater till Rowland, runway 26 left for the land.
I think that's the one that got cleared for takeoff. I don't think they're going to John Wayne. So since a bunch of us are going to John Wayne.
Synaptic 1, turn left heading 340, descend to maintain 5000. 340, maintain 5000.
That is, I believe, a 737
At a
Max.
441, runway 26 right, line up wait.
26 right, line up and wait. United 441. Parking brakes off, strobes on.
Synaptic 1, maintain do not exceed 190 knots.
Do not exceed 190 knots.
Condor 6, we are requesting 10 minutes out.
We want to 10 out.
Affirmative.
I'm going to arm nav as well.
63, Denver's offline, ready for survey for kids for good day.
Please chase approved, over to advisor. Thank you for the AD, please see you next time, goodbye.
Yep. South 695, Oakland offline, ready for survey for kids for good day.
LA Center, Korea 006 on Las Vegas, confirm departure runway 26 right.
26 right.
Roger.
All right, I think we're ready to go.
Other go 10 minutes. Starting 16 for the south.
1647, you want a 10 out?
Request out of cockpit 10 minutes.
First. 7120 descend via Disney 6 arrival, Ontario altimeter 2990 degrees, maintain 280 knots.
Also,
Send on the Disney 6 arrival.
all of these are active down here too.
Yeah, 1312, ready to contact altitude.
All of those are there too, which is neat.
4000.
Roger, Synaptic 1, turn left heading 270, John localizer.
I'm not heading 270, John localizer.
As a late turn on, my bad. If you overshoot, no worries. You're cutting 230 the joint.
We got it.
Perfect. Synaptic 1, you're 5 miles from Relin. Maintain.
CT Aviation says the Southwest 250th anniversary livery on the Max, there is a nice livery for that. I didn't think we did the reversers on takeoff. But JSG Droid says arm the reversers on takeoff.
Maintain 280, United 1312.
Verify 380, 380.
380, sorry, United 1312.
At 441.6, ready, runway 26, right cliff takeoff.
26 right, clear for takeoff, United 441. Parking brakes off, throttles up about halfway. Looking over there, we are set to flex. And CHR is on, up and away. Low-vis is going to ask for the RNP arrivals.
Public speed from Simon, thanks. Yeah. Citation 0, Roger, my apologies.
80 knots.
0 Foxtrot Charlie, maintain 260 knots.
260.
Synaptic 1, 6 miles of trail of a 7.
Rotate.
737, runway 26 left of line.
Sorry, line 26 left, Washington.
Positive climb gear. Mountain Man says that the iFly is not working in the sim right now. Really? I didn't know that.
Just stand high, I got you. Roger that, thank you. At 441, we're going to contact the altitude.
At 441 at 3,500.
At 441, roger. Climb maintain level 240.
Flight level 240 for United 441.
American 22, contact SoCal approach 128.05. Good day.
28050, thank you, sir, American 22.
And a 126, South 50 offline, radar system, ready for exchange group. Good day.
I'm going to disarm these.
Yeah, 126.
And that looks good. Speed's coming up nicely. Flaps 1.
Las Vegas, Spot Echo 2, request pushback.
Push ramp, crash bus, taxi.
Roger, thank you.
Maintain 210 in my turn.
88, Windcom, runway 26, regular for takeoff.
26 regular for takeoff, 94188.
The maximum at Rudy was 230.
4188, cancel takeoff, sorry.
Cancel, are we still good to line up and wait, or you want to hold you?
Stand by, United 270, yep, looks like you,
And wow, does that look
there,
Vegas-y.
Continue taxi, Bravo, up to 1.
Yeah, I...
Loviz flew the max the other day and it was working.
What happened here? United 270.
All right, that's good. Let's go ahead and flaps up. And speed to 250. Taxi light off. Really good flyby sounds on this airplane. I mean, really good flyby sounds on this airplane. And map a little bigger. Let's see, Loviz did a fresh reinstall of everything, so you've got a fresh copy of the sim and probably that airplane. So maybe they've updated the problem that they had. Okay, looking good there, coming up on 10,000 feet. Speed now 270 in the climb.
Rudder flight 820, resume published speed.
Lights.
128.05 today.
Cabin call.
Published speed over to 128.05.
And a nice departure. Very nice departure. Lots of rattlesnakes down there looking up at the airplane. Probably some giant Gila monsters too. 11,000 feet, speed's good.
Actually, you parking on the west side or the terminal?
Over at the terminal.
Done with that page, and we can go monitor there. Okay, the original CRJ flow. Auto. Stop, power, probes, controls, trim. Reversers to auto. JSG droid, that's it. So we turn the reversers on, and I'm on for a departure too. Okay. Boy, did I forget that. Thanks, JSG droid. That's my original one. Boy, that's old. I would guess the colors on the pixels are starting to fade now. I haven't been doing the auto override on start, have I? To manual. I haven't been doing that either.
Megan Cockpit, that's 1647.
1647, welcome back.
Be great if the E-Jets worked as well as this. I've also included another... Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for the reminder, JSG Droid. I got really rabbit-holed yesterday by diving into the manuals here, so I probably read right past that, but you're right on both of those. I've added another view. So I've got, you know, close-up view and now super close-up view on my speed tape so that I can...
280 knots southwest.
So I've got a new one of those in Chase Plane.
Southwest 247 only. Cafe 882, LA Center, radar contact with MVR, meant to arrival at altimeter 2995.
But yeah, keeping the immersion as real as possible is the goal for sure.
Oh. Okay. Okay, stand by.
We ought to take a look at some flights tomorrow in Australia since that just got updated. I don't see any events there, but we could probably enjoy some nice flights there.
We would like to hold somewhere, preferably at base.
Roger, holds don't really work too well in the U.S. Just turn right heading 2220, descend upon discretion, maintain level 240.
I'll figure out another departure for Frankfurt.
Can you repeat the heading and altitude?
Cathay 882, flight 220, descend upon discretion, maintain level 240.
Let's see.
Heading
Adelaide
220
is
and
nice.
240, Cathay 882.
We could do a 2-3 hopper. Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney would be a nice one here in the south part down here.
Granite 6 Heavy, Alley Tower, runway 26, right, taxi Charlie.
Runway 26, right, taxi via Charlie, confirm full length 26 right.
Reset the heading select.
Hey, firm in the U.S., if they don't see an intersection, it's full length, always full length.
Thank you.
Always full length. Detergent Foot is back in. Hi, Detergent Foot. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Welcome on in. We are 169 miles out.
Subscriber
Vessel
confirmed.
aircraft might still
Top
count
clearance
the
granted,
the
agent.
EA space,
Loyalty
so,
noted.
I'll be out of here in probably 5-10 minutes.
Detergent Foot has done a resub for 4 months. Thanks, Detergent Foot. Thank you for being here for 4 months and helping me to keep the lights on here.
That was 120.
You did the check-in chit-chat. That is really a good one. I think that's one of the ones that I lost a long time ago when Windows melted down. And I think that if you want the CRJ, I would snag that. I would absolutely snag this.
Yeah, descend via Disney 6.
2991 and descend via the Disney 6, Southwest 247.
Yep, this is one that I lost in the meltdown, JSG Droid, so thank you.
That's 1982, LA Center, radar contact, descend via Ironman 2 arrival, altimeter
Yep.
905.
Thank you, because I was about ready to start rewriting this JSG Droid. I was about ready to rewrite it. The meltdown was over a year ago. Okay. Bugging 310. And that's one where I completely lost Windows and everything. Loviz got the Arnav Zulu for runway 20. So we should expect the Arnav Zulu with Loviz. And this again, this is that fast zoom that I've got so that I can go and monitor my speed.
Skywest 1959, descend via Disney 6 arrival. Air France 25, LA Center, climb maintain level 330. Air 1650 Lima, descend via Nintendo 1 arrival, Vegas, altimeter 2987.
All right, 40 miles to our top of descent here.
Nintendo 1, sorry about that for
Essentially, United 2, I'm with you. Air 218, Alexander, radar contact, descend via Ironman 2 arrival, altimeter 2905. Descending by Ironman 2 to altitude 2905, United 20.
Okay, so if they tell us to descend via the Disney arrival,
Just for your information, I got,
our first waypoint is above 280 at Larson.
You probably got 4 guys behind you on the Ironman, so it might be best to just let them go in front of you, just whenever you're good on fuel.
Rather than Cathay 882, we'll probably let them by.
That's right. When windows are clean, it's easy to just walk right
problem.
into
Still
them.
here for another 5 minutes. SoCal doesn't hate me that much.
All good.
We're kind of close. After that, it's going to be SoCal at 126
What I told her?
128050.
You said tough luck?
128050 is SoCal. There's a Clipper 441 departing LA right now in an L1011. Really? Are they going a long way in the L1011? I would imagine so. We set our heading bug. And all is right with the world. We can go over to performance. And we've also got a flight log. And the flight log shows that we took off at 2302. We've been en route for 13 minutes. And we've got 197 miles left to go on the air.
2487 only. If your call sign wasn't Southwest 2487, stay this frequency.
Hey, Canadian Bear, welcome aboard. Little slow. Bump the throttles a bit.
We are leaving a level 330.
Top of descent in 18 miles. And actually, we're going to pass these two. We do have a 280 knot speed restriction here, but we'll start our descent after Ka-chow. K-chow.
I might have guilted him to stay on a little bit longer, so just let me know when you're ready to turn back.
And Buckeye said to hydrate. Thanks, Buckeye. Thank you so much.
Have a
1982, maintain 300 knots or greater. Air 50 Lima, descend at discretion, maintain.
Loviz says it got fixed awfully quickly.
Sorry, 200.
Just got typed in a 900 yesterday. You love the airplane. Moz RT1, so you're type rated now in the CRJ 900.
Yeah, that was,
Congratulations. There is an awful lot in the Aerosoft version. So I've been spending a little more time studying this airplane in the sim world. This is a cool airplane. Not the best time to be a pilot. I mean a passenger in, especially if you're over 6'5". But everything else is just, I really enjoy this one. Okay, we got a speed restriction coming up, 280. So let's bug 280. I hope it turns out to be a really good. You just wish it. I know. That's part of the challenge for me. Is this thing does not have auto throttles, so I kind of enjoy it for that reason. But again, I'm flying in a sim. You're in the real world. That's a different world. Canadian Bear, only truck sim. Sibby was flying a new ship simulator today, Canadian Bear, which might be fun. Okay, now we're going to go and start slowing it down to 280. But Moz RT, congratulations on your type rating. I think that any type rating at all, that's a lot of hard work. So 3 cheers to you and congratulations on that. Big J, I like watching train videos and stuff. Train sim's okay. One of the hard parts that people don't realize about train sim is trains have all these different controls. and being able
Yeah,
to,
45 Alpha, descend via,
you know,
yeah, 45 Alpha, LA Center radar contact, descend via Ironman 2 arrival, altimeter 295.
you have to learn a whole different set of controls about how the train works.
Yeah, 45 Alpha, descend via Ironman 2 arrival.
Check to Ironman 2 for 5 Alpha.
At 45 Alpha, negative, descent via Ironman 2 arrival. What that means is you follow the altitude restrictions on the chart, descend at your discretion, follow the altitude restrictions on the chart, descend via Ironman 2 arrival.
Descent via Ironman 2 via arrival.
Southwest 1982, maintain 300 knots or greater.
3003, taga 1982.
Here comes my speed. If you pre-select a lower altitude, it should give you advisory VNAV.
441, descend, Disney 6 arrival, altimeter 2991.
2991, descend on that Disney arrival, and we'll avoid any Mickey Mouse mistakes. United 441.
Here's Southwest 869, LA Center radar contact, welcome.
280. Alrighty, so there's our speed. Now let's use that so now we're going to go down to 2,000. 20,000 feet.
Echo 9 information, Bravo Regis taxi.
And I usually do
stand by,
vertical
guys.
speed.
Or 5 Sierra Lima, descend via Nintendo 1 arrival.
Nintendo 1, 5 Sierra Lima.
And now pull our throttles back. Boeing Baga is in a 787-900. Hey Baga, welcome, welcome.
Delta 1172.
You can adjust above and below the other restrictions. Sometimes I'm able to do that. Sometimes. Okay, now here comes the snowflake.
Los Angeles Center, United 170.
Here's my snowflake. Up a little bit too fast. We're going to be above 20,000 feet at Kachow, so we're good to go with that one. My next altitude is Aspen at 14,000. So now I'll walk my way down there. And I do it that way, Moses, just so that I don't bust a lower altitude.
441 heavy, direct fuel gauge, 1,000.
And 14,000 at Aspen. So Moses, I'm not sure if this is exactly the way, but using that little snowflake really helps. And I'm way too fast. Flying Eli's back with a nice resub. Hi, Flying Eli. Thank you.
At 4188, fix the patient.
Canadian Bear saw a WestJet landing in June.
Descend via Disney 6 United 4188, or Delta. Yeah, United 4188.
A little fast, getting my speed down. Flying Eli, thanks for the resub for 43 months.
1162, LA Center runway 26, right taxi via Charlie.
Coming up on 280 again. And once we get that speed down, we'll go and we have to hit 14,000 on this one. The first two were just at or above. Time, it's been flying a lot, Flying Eli. It really has.
At 1426, services offline, please choose to see it.
Oh, Center American 2721.
Okay, that's looking pretty good at the moment. And increase our rate of descent a little bit more. Now advisory VNAV says that we need to be doing this at 2,400 feet per minute.
And potential aircraft, great news. SoCal doesn't hate me. He found a replacement. Great.
United 44 Delta, hello, ready for taxi.
At 44 Delta, LA Center runway 26.
I was pushing it the wrong way. The dial's different in some other airplanes.
United 44 Delta, taxi runway 26 right via Charlie.
Okay, we're going to hit 14,000 feet at Aspen. After Aspen, the next altitude is above 12,000 at Iraq. And bringing the map a click.
P7, that's approved.
Minimums.
LA Center American 2721.
Minimums are 255.
X2721, LA Center, climb maintain level 330.
Up 230 for American 2721, thanks.
250 is good. Altimeter in
Second.
Request to cancel
John Wayne. 2995.
It's unrestricted, so in the U.S. when you get a
2995.
instruction like that, it automatically cancels all the altitude restrictions.
And set the backup. 2995. That's good. A little bit fast now. Whoopsie.
441 contact SoCal 128.05 today.
128.05 for United 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. And it's 128050.
My approach SoCal 12805, Southwest 1982. Have a good day.
On departure, turn right heading 210, maintain.
Okay, we're relatively close and our speed is good. I'm going to go and let it go to my next altitude here. And the next one is Disney at 8,000.
Get out the mic, read back, correct. Are you ready for text? That's your flight.
SoCal departure, Southwest 1776, 1000 feet, RNAV Delray.
Okay.
3292, maintain 15.
250 knots. Got going too fast as usual.
1959. Turn left heading 230.
Okay, looking good there.
Yeah, 571. Descend and maintain 6000. Expect RNAV Zulu runway 27 approach. Lindbergh altimeter 2998.
Sorry, what was the altitude?
We got really busy here, didn't we?
571, descend and maintain 6,000.
Down to 6,000, we'll expect RNAV Zulu at Lindbergh, United 571.
Frontier flight 3292, contact LA Center 126.52. Southwest direction 1776, SoCal departure, contact, climb maintain 13,000, turn left heading 190.
A little fast. I'm going to need some help from the speed brakes. That's a slippery little airplane.
Yeah, at 571, clear direct Cloman for the RNAV Zulu.
And there's our cute little speed brakes coming out.
American 1653, Lindbergh altimeter 2998. Reduce speed to 210 knots, then descend and maintain 7,000. Expect the RNAV Zulu 27 approach.
Yeah, the summit is 2,000. It's 210 knots.
SoCal, hi there from United 441 on the Disney descent with information Zulu.
Yeah, 441 SoCal approach. Showing altimeter 2995. At J-Word cleared RNAV Zulu runway 20 approach.
At J-Word, we're cleared for the RNAV Zulu runway 20 for United 441. Okay, we got to change this. 20 right for United 441. Okay, departure and arrival.
Turn left direct Clipper.
RNAV Zulu 20 right. RNAV Zulu 20 right.
Just want to make sure.
I'm going to put that in and execute it. And let's do direct to Iraq.
And yeah, 571 cross Cloman at above 6,000. Cleared RNAV Zulu runway 27 approach.
Cloman at or above 6,000 and clear for the RNAV Zulu 27, United 571.
SoCal, good evening, Southwest 1982.
There we go. That cleaned it up nicely. Uh-oh. Too slow.
Yes, sir. Southwest 1982 out of 11,000.
Southwest 11 or 1982 SoCal approach. Roger. Expect visual approach 24 right.
Visual approach 24 right. Southwest 1982.
SoCal United 4188 Disney 6.
1,200 or above. I'm a little bit low.
4188. SoCal for Chelsea.
Okay, we got 220 coming up here.
Sending pass.
Let's just go ahead and bug that now. We're too busy.
Yeah, 4188, thank you. German altimeter 2995.
220. Speed up a little bit here. Okay, how we doing here? We're at 10,000. We need to reduce our rate of descent a little bit.
Right for 94188.
Hi, Captain Butters is back. Hello, Captain Butters. Welcome on in. You got us at the busy arrival here in our cute little.
Southwest 120.
Yeah, I'm about 200 feet too low right now. Shh, don't tell anybody.
Alpha Whiskey to the gate, Southwest 120.
Please check in with your altitude.
Okay, next is going to be 8,000 or above at Disney. And our speed's okay at the moment. A little slow, and now we need to start our descent a little bit more to hit 8,000 at Disney. Advisory VNAV says 1,000 feet or more.
American 1653, cleared direct Cloman and cross Cloman at 6,000. Cleared RNAV Zulu runway 27 approach.
Loviz had a minus 43 and left butter all over the runway. We're going to need a butter cleanup at
Skywest 1959, turn left heading 020.
Left heading 020.
Departure American 1324, passing 4,000. American 3224, SoCal departure, radar contact. Unmaintained 1.
Okay, how we doing here?
13,000, American 3224. 42 Delta Mike, runway 15, taxi.
J-word is how we're coming in here. Okay, we got that one. Loviz says hot brakes. Ooh, hot brakes, huh? All right, we're sort of here, not bad. Minus 43, though.
441, reduce speed to 210 knots.
210 knots now for United 441.
Skywest 1959, descend to maintain 3,000, traffic to follow. 2 o'clock, 6 miles, southwest bound 737, descending out of 4,300.
Hey, we're slowing down. 3 cheers for speed brakes, right? Big J says we need to stretch. There's 230. Let's get some help from the flaps. Arm reversers.
Delta 528, turn left, heading 190, climb maintain 13,000.
And there's 210 knots. 8,000 feet. Speed brakes away.
Climb maintain 17,000.
Bring in the map a click. Next altitude is after J-word. There's 210 knots. Whew. Airplane is a hard work here. Landing lights. Cabin call.
Skywest 1959, turn right heading 110, speed 210.
Right heading 110.
And 441, reduce speed to 180.
180 now for United 441.
Top clearance granted.
American 3224,
Loyalty
LA
noted.
now 126.5.
180. Hey, Atola, thank you for a nice resub. Welcome in and thank you for the nice resub, Hey, Atola. Thank you for being here for 4 months. It's a crazy arrival in this airplane. Okay, speed's coming down. How about another click of flaps? That way we won't go falling out of the sky. And throttle back up. And how we doing? Almost there.
Southwest 247, runway 20 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 20 right, Southwest 247.
Delta 528, clear direct PD.
Whew. Okay, all of this is looking
Delta
good.
528, when able, maintain 280 knots.
14,000 at ZTOF. Nothing to worry about up there.
689, passing 4,000. Delta 689, still got departure radar contact. Climb maintain 13,000.
Thank goodness for LNAV.
13,000 and left 210 for Delta 689. Delta 528, climb maintain 17,000. Skyrise 1959, maintain 180 knots, so 5 mile final. The wind is 2108, runway 20, clear to land number 2.
48 knots for 5 mile final to land.
Net 441, maintain 180 knots for traffic. Number 3, wind 2108, runway 20, clear to land.
Maintain 180 knots for traffic. Runway 20 right, clear to land. United 441.
United 571, number tower now 18.3, good day.
18.3, United 571, see you.
Delta 528, LA Center now 126.52.
526.52,
United 45 up with you at flight level 11,000.
And 45 Alpha, 6 approach, roger, expect visual approach 248.
Okay, speeds for landing, performance, set them 128, let's call it 130 to land. 130 to land.
How about 1982, turn right heading to correction.
A touch fast here.
Guys, 160, Southwest 1982.
Level 669, take approach. LA altimeter 299.5 at T-view is cleared now, left 24 right approach.
A little more help from FNAV here. I missed that discontinuity.
Local approach, hello,
Nope.
United 170 is
That didn't work out so well.
descending by Adam.
Again, 1653, reduced final approach speed, towers on 18.3, good day. Delta 689, turn left, direct PD. Left or right, PD,
I thought I was going direct to MVOX, but not. So we'll have to cheat a little bit here. Did I hear a dog bark in the cabin? Does this plane have dog? I thought I heard a dog bark. Minus 197, low vis had a bounce. Hey, who among us has not had a bounce?
Southwest 247, taxi parking via Alpha, good day.
Taxi via Alpha parking, thank you. Good day, Southwest 247.
Delta 689, I maintain 17,000. I maintain 17,000, American 136 Heavy, SoCal, yep.
136 Heavy is SoCal departure.
Okay, come around there. You add a waypoint to elongate the arrival.
Contact, I maintain 13,000.
Well, as long as you don't go to that waypoint, I'm thinking.
Southwest 1982, contact LA Tower 120.95. Southwest 1982, Tower 120.95.
120 decimal 9.
Okay, looking good here. Let's start looking for a runway. It's time to land. Hey, Canadian Bear, what? Okay, this looks good. We said, what, 135 to land? Performance, 130 to land.
We are inbound PV.
130 to land. We're landing on 20 right.
Left heading 220.
And the terminal is over there, so probably getting off at Echo or something like that.
And Delta 829 with you at 18.7.
I got the airport, I got the runway. Let's be visual.
LAX.
Delta 829, takeoff approach, LA altimeter 299.5 at Circus, cleared ILS, runway 24 right approach.
Okay. Cleared for 24 right? You're starting it.
Yeah, 24 right.
Roger that. 24 right. For that date. Okay.
American 136 heavy, fly heading 180.
Left heading 180, American 136 heavy. It can give you a rate of climb if it helps you.
American 136 heavy, just trying to get some more space into the center. Delta 689, LA Center 126.52, get in.
Delta 6.5,
United 218, turn right heading 180.
Right one.
Oh my gosh, the scenery outside looks really
45 Alpha,
good.
descend to maintain 2,600.
Got a little bit of a wind from the right blowing us to the left.
And Delta 829, I'm so sorry. I forgot to change my aircraft platform here. I am not going to...
1,000.
Descent 2,500, United 45 Alpha.
That's at 2,600.
2600, 45 Alpha.
Delta's 869, reduce speed to 2109.
I'm kind of keeping an eye on that descent, on that speed bug. Even though it's not an auto throttle, if I keep an eye on it, and I always set it a little bit higher, just cause.
Direct toes, American 136 heavy.
Yeah, 218, turn right heading 220, on the local line.
I don't see anybody on the runway, and I think he did clear us to land.
Heavy, approach 24 right.
Here we go.
It's a visual approach from 24 right.
United 178, Golf SoCal.
SoCal approach, United 170 Golf, with you.
Sync rate.
Please check in earlier and expect ILS 25 left.
Expect ILS 25 left,
Landing.
United 170 Golf.
United 218, airport 2 o'clock, 12 miles, port time.
100.
40% American 218.
American 136, heavy, direct hold, 17,000 in the LA Center on 126.52 today.
10.
Direct toes, 17,000 and 12615, American 136 heavy today.
That's at 2652, 12652.
12652.
United 218, airport now 12 o'clock, 12 miles, port site.
Careful inside, American 3.
United 218, thanks, service approach on 24 right, towers on 120.95.
Super reasonable approach, tower at 120.
Minus 210.
Frontier flight 2531, SoCal, yep.
Yep, I'm here.
Roger, initial altitude at LA is 5,000. Please make sure you check that next time. Climb maintain 13,000. Turn left, turn flipper.
Alright, forward from next time we'll climb up to 1.
Yeah, 4188, runway 20 right, clear to land.
20 right, clear landing at 4188.
Yeah, 441, taxi parking via Alpha, what's new today?
Stay with you. Taxi to parking via Alpha, United 441. Man, I'm getting tongue-tied.
Flight 45 Alpha, what are you doing?
Never the question you want to hear. What are you doing? I don't know. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing, but we're doing something.
Yeah, 45 Alpha, turn right heading 220, join the local line.
Okay.
My guy, you have to
Reversers off. Flaps are up. Speed brakes are down. Up here we got the APU coming online, I think. Beacon, everything else is good.
I don't know what you're doing, but the star does not have you turn into the final. So, you know, if you need to disconnect the autopilot, please turn right heading 220. You're going to be a traffic conflict.
That's not good. And the door is now open. Let's try it again. There we go. The light's on now. I see a couple of Southwests up there and a Delta CRJ. So that looks really good. first flight tomorrow is Frankfurt Friday. We're departing someplace to probably come into Frankfurt. There's a couple of other VATSIM events that are 700 and 600 miles away.
Yeah, 45 Alpha, change to runway 25 left. Do you have the 25 left in sight, 12 o'clock and 10 miles?
It wasn't a bad...
Do you see the airport? 25 left runway. It's going to be a...
Ooh, a little bit of drama there. Do you see the airport? I got a Frontier, 2 Southwests, and another one.
45 Alpha. Do you have problems with the aircraft?
Canadian Bear has something. Let me get parked here. Okay.
United 45 Alpha, SoCal approach. Do you see the airport?
Ooh.
45 Alpha.
I think it's getting harsh.
Roger. Cleared visual approach runway 25 left. That's the furthest or the southernmost runway. Contact tower 120.9 or home.
Contact tower on 20.95.
Well, JSG Droid had the original spy flow for this airplane. I was working on a new one, but this one is one that I'd lost, and it's so good to have. Thank you for saving that. And there we are right there, looking good, and nose light off. We don't want to blind the ground crew. Altitude.
Number 422, thanks for your patience. You're cleared to the Watsonville Airport.
I'd say that's probably pretty good. Parking brake is on. I got the APU on, so that looks really good. Engine number 1, engine number 2. So both of those can pop off. Come down here, stop squawking. Squawkage is done. We're going to come up here and turn off the boost pumps. Let's turn off the probe heaters. And those are looking good. We'll do the beacon. And we'll do cabin signs. We also don't need all 4 hydraulic pumps. Come over here to aircraft. We need chocks. We need ground power. Open up some doors and call a jetway, and we made it. This is a really fun airplane, and like I said, if you're having a hard time figuring out the airplane, one of the things that I found is like 7, 8, 9 PDF files in the computer. So what you would do to find them is go to wherever you've got the flight simulator. In my case, it's on one of the other drives. Go to the community folder, and from the community folder, look for Aerosoft CRJ. Then you do data and documentation, and here's everything you need to know about this airplane. I mean, everything. There's like, aircraft operating manual, quick reference manual, V-speeds for the 550. There's just everything in there. And again, you'll find it in the community folder, Aerosoft CRJ data and documentation. Now with that, one of the things is JSG Droid had saved a special text file that I'd put together a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And here's all the things that you need to do to make this airplane work a little bit better. And these are all the real things that you do. So these are not the switches, these are not the things like a lot of the real world pilots say when you get into a real world airplane, before you turn on the power, you go and you come up here and you make sure that your windshield wipers are off. Very, very important in a real airplane. Well, guess what? When it comes to our sim airplanes, the windshield wipers are always off, so I never spend time looking at that. But here's everything else that you're going to need to do to be able to make this airplane work. And until we get a better little RJ or anything, this is a really, 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 really good airplane. So I definitely suggest if you're over on Discord, you could get that text file and it should work out for you really, really well. I may even take this in Frankfurt Friday tomorrow if I'm feeling really, really daring and get a really, really good night's sleep. We'll see about that. And then after that, Russ reminded me, we all got a very, very big simulator update. There's a scenery update for Australia. So if you we could a flight that we've done at a certain point in time, I remember in the past, was Adelaide to Adelaide, which is a cute little airport over here. We could continue going to Melbourne and then up to Sydney. So we could do a nice little hop up here, a little hop on the south side and check out some of the new scenery. Air Berlin LTU has the L1011. Really? Yeah, Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney. So it might be a nice two-hop. No guarantee that there's going to be a ton of ATC on that one, but it still might be nice. Did they? I guess they probably did. The LTU Airlines had the L1011, huh? Oh boy, I don't know. I think I would be more comfortable taking the Lufthansa CRJ 900 into Frankfurt than the other one. I don't know. Don't know if I'm ready for that or not. It would be a tough one. And the hardest part of it, the biggest thing that scares me, is coming into Frankfurt and them not having time to do a non-RNAV arrival for us. I mean, that's the one that worries me the most. So, at least that's the big part of it right there, is they just don't have time. And I'm also a rank amateur with that airplane too. So that's kind of what we got going on there. So I will start looking for some airports and post a bunch of those over on Discord. Also, there is going to be a VATSIM event on Friday in Columbus, I believe. That's either Friday or Saturday, and we don't want to miss that one. So a quick flight in and out of Columbus or something should be a nice ride for us as well. I just have to remember, excuse me, where that is. Let's see. And let's see, Columbus, it's things to do in Ohio, I believe. I think, and we want to go out of CMH. So yeah, that one is tomorrow. It's the Ohio Friday Night Ops. Big J plays. So yeah, we're going to be going to KCMH Airport. I think we've got a nice scenery for it too. But like I said, I'll get everything ready and put some stuff over on Discord, so we've got an idea of what it is that we're going to be doing there. And in the meantime, I am looking forward to seeing you a little bit later on. Thank you for coming in today. There was a couple of nice gift subs today. Thank you for that. There was also some really, really nice resubs and some cheers. Thank you for some extra support. I really do appreciate the extra support. But mostly, as I always like to say, thank you for being such great Flight Sim friends. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Friday and Saturdays, those are our big days. That's when there's the most ATC. It's going to be all sorts of crazy and fun. So we'll have some nice flights down under as well, too. Sim Caesar is doing a turbojet right now, and I don't recognize the one that Sim Caesar is flying. So let's get on over to Caesar's Palace, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time is, of course, the normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, it is definitely a little bit crazy out there. So please, stay healthy, stay safe, take a little bit of extra care of yourself while the world is just going nuts around us. Get a little bit of a better night's sleep, that kind of a deal. Okay? Okay, can't wait to see you then. I'm going to cut it here. Stop rambling. Have a great evening. Good night. Have a nice evening. Thank you for flying with me. Cheerio.